Before I get into the important business of the day, I think I should update everybody on my digestive reality. So, if you were here, last night when I was live streaming, I found myself subject to a serious colon blow or two. I would just go so far as to say I had three serious colon blows during the live stream last night.
Serious colon blows.
But don't be misled. That was not the end of my digestive experiences. Yeah. Um, this morning around 4 a.m., I got up. I had a fourth colon blow. So I should have none of the poop left in me, hopefully. So, what is the most appalling thing I've heard in a while? It happened yesterday during the live stream. Gen X Zennial, complained about people calling entitlement programs. Like, you're using the word entitlements. That's what Republicans do. Something like that. It's like, you fucking. How can you possibly live like that? Where you're objecting to people using the right term for something because it doesn't sound how you want it to sound. It's like, talk about completely fucking back ass words, right? You make a determination about whether a program is good or not based on its actual reality, right? If you're going to advocate for an entitlement program, advocate for entitlement programs, Don't pretend they aren't entitlement programs. It's just the worst kind of fucking dishonesty in the history of mankind. It was Gen X Zennial, Gen Zennial, whatever you want to call them. It's like Cone Man was just saying a bunch of stuff that sort of follows from that mistake, right? Like, I can know without articulating what's the correct thing. I can know while pretending that the thing I'm advocating for is something else. That I can know that it's the right thing to advocate for. That's why we can't have nice things, because people are so convinced that they're right, they don't care how dishonest they are in making their advocacy. And it's like, I'll be as dishonest as I want because I know what the right thing to do is. And therefore, if I can just lie to everybody, do they have a better idea to what entitlement program should be entitled? I don't know. Rights, that's what they want to call them. Everyone has the right to healthcare. Nobody has the right to healthcare. Everybody has the right to housing. Nobody has the right to housing. Now, you might say American citizens are entitled to free housing or entitled to free food or entitled to free healthcare. But if you say they have the right to it, you're just lying, right? You're using words that are intentionally the wrong word to deceive people. You are a transliberalocratically fluid genderless. Is that what Conan called me on Wiki Fandom? Is there such a thing, Wiki Fandom? Do I have any fans? I wouldn't imagine that I have any, but it's like I saw in LA a billboard saying like everyone has the right to healthcare. No, they don't. If that billboard wants to advocate that everyone should be entitled to healthcare, then fine. Say that. Don't lie, right? So yeah, um when I heard Zennial yesterday object to me calling entitlement programs, I've been thinking about it. I thought about it all the way into town this morning, all the way back. Like, this is why we can't have nice things. Because people refuse to allow words to do the good and honest work that they do by being fundamentally dishonest about things. Dishonesty is never a good way to attain positive results. Good morning, my precious angel. Now, I should note that one thing I heard today at the supermarket from the lady behind me in line, she was talking to the cashier, not to me, but she said, "We're getting snow tonight." I said, "Oh, I think we might be getting some on Saturday as well." But she said, "No, it's going to be tonight." Well, when I look at the forecast, it shows at 2 a.m. there being rain and it being 36 degrees. It's 49 now. It's not implausible. We shall have to see whether we actually get any snow, you know. I think this is actually a fairly accurate description of me. I've not encountered a label before that I thought was defined adequately and or encompassed the totality of my understanding of things. I've never encountered a label that's quite as successful at doing so as the one you just linked to, Winston's Mom, and therefore you get a wonder point for that. Technoliberalism is a pretty a pretty good description of my perspective on things as described in that wiki there. Um, but of course, my label for myself is I'm a principled pragmatist. I believe that respecting process integrity is the best way to account for our own fallibility. So the thing is, almost nobody is like me. In other words, almost nobody can parse out every specific issue and be correct about it. So that's why we have process integrity. If you embrace, um, well, if he were here, I'd give him one too. Um, the thing is, the problem with those kind of labels, right, is he believes he can engage with politics via labels like that. As long as you know which the right team you're on is or which team somebody else is on, then you can dismiss them entirely or embrace them entirely accordingly. Uh, that's the problem with labels. But the best label for me is principled pragmatist. The thing is, one concept that we should all be able to understand is that each of us individually, probably don't understand enough to make an exception, right? Like when we respect process integrity, if we had respected process integrity regarding, say, COVID, we would have a number of possible angles of reasoning to use to inform us that we ought not be engaging in lockdowns. So, for example, emergency powers are only granted to governing officials during periods of emerging new reality. That limits the time frame for which emergency powers can be exercised to a couple of weeks, not a year, not 2 years, something like that. It's ridiculous. It's no longer an emergency; it's emerged, right? So that would be one way that we know that there was a failure to respect process integrity is simply on the nature of an emergency, right? Another way that we know that we failed to respect process integrity is that people have the right to get sick. In other words, no one has a duty to not get sick. Well, I mean, Winston's mom, the reason for the inflation is not because they printed a bunch of money, but because nobody was working while they printed a bunch of money. So it didn't represent actual new wealth. So I think it's in an ideal world, we don't attempt to label individuals via a political philosophy label because then we're just suggesting that that's a good thing to do, right? And it's definitely not. No individual who sort of delegates their political thinking to a group or an ideology should be respected or reinforced in any way, right? I mean, Winston's mom, let's give credit where credit's due. Trump was on the right side of the issue. He just unfortunately damaged the correct side of the issue by not providing the right justifications. So obviously, nobody should listen to a president who says we shouldn't do lockdowns because uh, regarding this virus, I have a hunch. Nobody should respect that. We should all reject that as him totally failing to uphold his burden to affirm or negate, in that instance. What was needed was an intelligent person. Well, and I didn't oppose anybody staying home or wearing masks. I opposed a centralized vision that forced everybody to stay home and wear masks, because it's inconsistent with process integrity. Process integrity says if I want to hold you responsible for something, then you need to have some sort of liability or duty in that regard. If I want to hold you responsible for not getting sick, where's my liability or duty, right? Where's the liability or duty that's failed to be upheld? Anyway, the point is when we lie with words, for example, when we call the COVID vaccine a vaccine, even though it's clearly not a functioning vaccine in any meaningful capacity of that word, right? It is the definitely not a vaccine. Vaccines prevent you from getting sick. My daughter's had every booster shot imaginable, and she just went to the hospital like 2 days ago for COVID. She had it really bad this time. So, and she's had it multiple times. She's had it more times than I know anybody else has had it, right? And she's followed all the advice about vaccines and boosters, etc., to the T. Didn't stop at all. I mean, she seems better now. Fiat government has sealed information on the COVID pandemic for 100 years because they don't want to be held accountable. That's the only reason that occurs when governments seal information for long stretches of time. It's not because of national security concerns, it's because they don't want to be held accountable. They know they pulled some bullshit and they've got to cover it up. Hide it for 50 years, hide it for 100 years. But the great dishonesty continues, right? It's like the vast majority of people don't learn anything. They don't go, okay, I was wrong about COVID. Why was I wrong? What mistake can I avoid making again in the future? Hello, Matt Rose. Matt Rosen did what? Matt Rosen started his day. Um, in the Air Force, we had exercises with lockdowns. They didn't work on Air Force people trained to obey rational orders. So why would it work on civilians? Well, I mean, the thing is, it wasn't even uh, a real lockdown. It's like if you want to lock everybody down to make sure this virus is gone before you let them go again, then you would have needed to literally lock everybody down for like a month, right? At least 2 weeks. That was the incubation period of it. And maybe it still is. I don't know. The thing is, so it's this horrible sort of FI, SI idea that, oh, we'll compromise. We'll compromise. We'll have lockdowns, but we'll let people go to the supermarket. Now, what does that end up meaning when the only place you can go to is to the supermarket? Socionics is better than MBTI, but both are wrong fundamentally because they're not defensible typology. Um, uh, so, um, what was I saying? Right. So the dishonesty continues, right? People don't say to themselves, "Oh, my failure to respect process integrity on this occasion is something I should learn from." I mean, they're not apples and oranges, Winston's mom. Both MBTI and socionics are failed attempts to explain personality using Jungian cognitive functions. MBTI additionally has the frame of it being useful for one specific thing. That's its goal, right? But ultimately, no, it can't be useful unless it's explaining something correctly. And it can't be useful unless no, I don't have Discord server. I don't like Discord. Fiocode Kiek's personal stats are comparable to my personal experience as well. The vaxxed people seem to have gotten it more frequently than the unvaxxed people. I did get the initial vax plus a booster shot, and I believe I've had it once bad enough to know that I had it. I may have had it more than that, but I had it once bad, and it had a bunch of. It was a very strange illness. It was unlike really any other illness I've had. What elements of socionics do you think are wrong? Well, this is where that physicist quote comes into play. It's not right. It's not even wrong. In other words, neither MBTI nor socionics can truly even be wrong because they don't know what they're trying to do or how to do the thing they're trying to do. What we're trying to do with personality type is model human consciousness in a way that works as a model. In other words, we've got objects, agents, we've got fields, and attention flows that move directionally. The attention flows that move directionally are defined in the scope of their attentional prowess, I guess, by slot. Because socionics doesn't know what it's doing, it fails to distinguish between elements of it that are taxonomical and elements of it that are mechanical. And it doesn't present its mechanics in a way that can be converted into a model. I didn't misunderstand him. He objected to me using the word entitlements for entitlement programs. He said the reason it's bad is because right wingers use the word to shit on entitlement programs. I mean, now it's not based off MBTI comment, it's based off Jungian cognitive functions. Carl Jung came up with the idea of Jungian cognitive functions, and there's been multiple attempts since to get it right. And that hasn't occurred until defensible typology. And I don't want to bang my head against the wall with you today. Well, just because I wouldn't have what I have today without the beginning of agriculture in human history doesn't mean that defensible typology is the same thing as agriculture, nor does it mean that we should explain personality with agriculture. Right? Well, Jung's cognitive function model implies 16 types when understood correctly. Okay? In other words, it's necessitated by the idea that there are 8 functions, each of which needs a corresponding other way of paying attention to make a complete pair, and that's your dominant and second function. So, but you can't use the accurate way of describing something as pejorative. If there's something pejorative about some people being entitled to shit that other people aren't entitled to, I mean, if there's something bad about that, then yeah, maybe people will perceive that accurate description of the program as negative. But even it doesn't matter my tone, right? Like these people want more entitlement programs. The point is, it's different than say a different kind of program. Food stamps is an entitlement program. Federal infrastructure is not. Bill meow 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 is a change to the tax code. That's not an entitlement program, right? Spending on defense, not an entitlement program. Spending on election security, not an entitlement program because people aren't entitled to vote. They have a civil right to vote. It's not a natural right, but it's a civil right. There's nothing manipulative about using the correct term for something. If I call defense spending, there's nothing manipulative about that. That's the opposite of manipulative. What's manipulative is calling things like tax loopholes that the oil companies take advantage of tax subsidies. Now, in no sane universe is the U.S. government subsidizing any oil company. Subsidy means something, right? What the federal government has chosen to do is incentivize certain behaviors with tax incentives that allow an oil company to pay less in taxes if they spend so much on green energy, for example. But the people who are manipulative are the people who name that a tax subsidy because they oppose oil companies getting some favorable treatment on their taxes because the oil company behaved as the government wanted them to. It's like the same person, the same fucking people who advocated in favor of the tax loophole for green energy for the oil companies, then turn around, the next generation of them turns around, next election, and says, we have to end tax subsidies for oil companies. It's like, this is the kind of bullshit that happens when people don't use words honestly. That's why there's no possible critique of anybody using the term entitlement program to refer to an entitlement program. That's what it's fucking called. It's distinct from other things. I do notice that, Carlos Paeva. I'm making an advocacy that we do us all a great disservice when we believe that accurately naming things is manipulative. When we believe that entitlement programs, because some people find the word entitlement not conducive to them winning the position they've already decided without thinking about it at all. That's why we can't have nice things. The fact that Genzenio complains about a term being used pejoratively because it's the accurate description of the thing, that's why we can't have nice things. That kind of fucking idiocy. Politics is not a place for emotional children, right? It's too important. It's too important for people who don't get that giving everybody health care is not upholding any right, for example. You might argue in favor of an entitlement program that affords everybody free health care, but you cannot possibly say that everyone has a right to health care without being fundamentally dishonest and manipulative. That's what's dishonest and manipulative, using the wrong word to portray something as something that it's not. That's the kind of bullshit that prevents us from being correct and doing the right thing, you know? If your entitlement program is a good idea, advocate it as such, a good idea and an entitlement program. There's nothing inherently wrong with every entitlement program. There is something inherently wrong with lying about what it is in order to get it passed. If it deserves to be passed, you can tell the fucking truth. And your arguments will win. And it will be evidence that it deserves to pass. If you have to lie about it, it definitely does not deserve to be passed. If you object when others don't lie about it by calling it what it is, then fuck you. You could say I'm triggered again, but I'd say more accurately that I think it's important to get this message across more than any other. Children, intellectual children, don't talk or think about politics. Okay? Just as you don't barge into an operating room and start performing surgery on someone when you've got no skills or knowledge, this is more important than that. Surgery impacts that one person's life. Politics impact us all. If you are an intellectual child, please stop thinking and talking about politics. You've got no business doing so. If you can't handle using the correct terms for things, then fuck off, right? It's like, it turns out that we won't be taken down by one big Hitler. We're taken down by millions of miniature Hitlers, all of whom are Goebbels, right? All of whom want to debase language to their own subjective purposes, believing themselves wiser than process integrity, right? None of us is as wise as process integrity. I can't decide as a referee which team played better and which team won the game. I have to respect process integrity and call fouls and allow the game to play out as it's going to play out, right? The same thing is true with discourse. You've got to respect the actual meaning of words, use them properly, name things what they are, and deal with things as reality has them. And if you fail to advocate successfully for it, you recognize then, oh, we shouldn't do this accordingly. Because if we should do it, I'd be able to advocate successfully for it. Instead, everybody comes in to this basketball game and goes, I'm a referee. And instead of even calling fouls, they just declare winners. And I'm a referee and I say the Lakers played better, so they won the game. And we always know the Lakers win because they're my team. You fucking tards. Stop it. Just stop thinking, stop talking, stop musing, stop having any opinion about public policy. You are ill-equipped and do not deserve to have any opinion about it. You don't know enough, etc. Most of all, you think the process doesn't matter. That as long as you're agreeing with the right side of things, as you feel or intuit, that's good enough. It's appalling. It's appalling, and people deserve to be shamed mercilessly for that bad behavior. It's the worst thing you can do, right? You're not just fucking up your own life with your stupidity. You're fucking with all of us, right? And it's like, how stupid do you have to be to believe that your feeling about something is preferable than the actual arguments about it? That you, out of all these millions of people, can know what we ought to do without thinking about it and be more correct than everybody else without respecting any process, without sustaining anything discursively. It's like, how deep does the stupid go? Does it go all the way to the middle of the earth? It's like we deal with nothing else. It's remotely as important with politics as stupidly as we deal with politics. No other matter of importance would ever be dealt with as stupidly as people deal with politics. Nobody thinks they should fly the plane because they feel like it. Nobody thinks they should perform surgery because they feel like it. Nobody thinks we should just put, plans on how to shoot spacecraft into outer space in the hands of Mrs. Johnson's elementary school class. But people feel that way about politics. And this is a terrible narrative that's been hammered over and over again. Like, get out the vote, go ahead, everybody needs to vote, do your civic duty, you're really accountable. I voted. Morons need to not vote. They need to get a celebratory sticker for not voting. Everybody who's currently partisan in any way, consider themselves Democrat or liberal or conservative or whatever, should absolutely stay out of the electoral process completely, obviously. They're too childish to do politics. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, handsome.
Oh, you put the groceries away. Thanks.
No, thanks for getting them.
Mm-hmm. We got plenty of drinks. The lady behind me in line said, looks like you're having a party. I said, no, we just run out of drinks before we run out of food.
You do, it's true.
But every month we have to have a intermediate just a drink shopping trip. That's what this morning was. I got a lot of drinks. You'll notice I didn't make the mistake I've been making. I chose to put in the extra time in the supermarket to just select guava and peach nectars, so we don't have to deal with any apricots or strawberry bananas.
That's good.
Because that's how they get you at the Kern's Guava Juice Factory Company. They get you by putting the guavas in a 12-pack where you get 6 guavas and 6 strawberry bananas, and putting the peach in a 12-pack where you get 6 peach and 6
mango. Which
So,
is okay. That's a better combination.
yeah, but the two good ones, the one that Rachel likes the peach ones. I like the peach ones too, but I'm 80% guava. I'll go guava 80% of the time if we have adequate guavas. And then what ends up happening is you get these 12 packs and you're like, okay, I'll just have a strawberry banana this time because I'll save that guava for later.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck that. Why don't you just get all guavas and peaches? But it's convenienter to just grab a 12 pack, right? Instead today, I got all individual cans.
You did a great job.
Thanks, darling. I love you. Anyway, the lady behind me in line said it's going to snow tonight.
I heard.
It doesn't say that on our weather thing. Maybe she lives higher up than
like
me.
it.
I know, it feels like snow weather. It's cold outside. If you want a color, what color would you be? If you were a color, what color would you be? I'd be gray with blotches of yellow. Blotchy. Actually, I'd be pinkish gray, like the color of my penis. Grayish pink maybe is better than pinkish gray. I think it's a pink that's been grayed a little bit rather than a gray that's been pinked. See how light is blue? Well, I really think the color of my aura is scrotum colored. And that's what I want to paint my walls too. I think I'm going to go into the Home Depot and present them with my nutsack and say, can you color match this? Can you color match this? I got something I need you to color match. I mean, to complain that somebody's using the correct term to describe something, regardless of whether they're using it pejoratively, is definitely a. I mean, that tells us all we need to know, right? That he's opposed to correct terms that make what he wants seem less appealing. That's evil incarnate. But of course, it's evil by stupidity, not evil by evil, not evil by malice. The thing is, the people who are evil with politics almost uniformly believe, have good intentions, think they're doing the right thing, think they're supporting the disempowered or whatever, but because they don't respect process integrity, all their shit always backfires. Because it's like, if you don't engage in the serious process of using language well to determine your positions, then you shouldn't have positions on things as important as public policy. You're you're shitting in everyone's bed when you believe that you should be heard at all about politics when you don't respect the process of being correct about politics. And the process necessitates that we use the actual word for the actual thing, right? Instead of pretending like it's something else. I'm sure Conman is kind of pleasantly surprised to determine that the most appalling thing I've heard in a while is not something that he said. So, congratulations, Conman. Oh, by the way, you earned a wonder point before you got here for finding the best label I've ever heard for me, although it's still fundamentally wrong because you shouldn't operate like that by labeling individuals and believing. Therefore, you can understand what your position on their position should be. Each position needs to be obviously the merit needs to be determined on its merits, obviously. But you do get a wonder point for the best label of my overarching political perspective, I guess, that I've heard, which is, what was it again, Winston's mom? No, I'm not saying you're allowed to. I'm not advocating in favor of using force to prevent people from exercising their right to vote, which I call a right because it is a right, and therefore I would never advocate that, right? I'm advocating that people become informed enough by me to recognize that they're in the fog of Dunning-Kruger and therefore shouldn't engage in this. They should be celebrated for recognizing their own limits in that regard, rather than celebrated for the opposite. I'm not advocating any compelling force or anything. I'm not saying people shouldn't be allowed to vote. I mean, talk about a failure to respect what I'm actually saying, and your just desire to convert it into something you want it to be so you can shit on it. That's the kind of wickedness I'm talking about, right? I say words that mean things. Respond to what they mean, not what you wish they were, you know? You may wish I had made that horrible advocacy, but I never would make such a horrible fucking advocacy. And you can know I didn't by actually listening to the words I said and knowing what they mean. And that's why we can't have nice things, because people do shit like that. Oh man is so determined to deal with me instead of what I'm saying that he benefits not at all from what should benefit him immensely. But you know, it can't hurt. Can't hurt to rant when you're right. And on some level, I think, depending on how it plays out, people probably find my more emotionally expressive live streaming to be more engaging than my less emotionally expressive live streaming. So, from a content engagement perspective or an audience engagement perspective, it's not necessarily bad when I show some passion. You know, the thing I have passion for though is dispassionateness. That makes it a tricky order of business for people. Everybody else, it seems like, has passion for this side or this side. I have passion in defense of process integrity, right? In defense of giving the degree of seriousness to politics that we do to things like surgery, flying planes, etc. To require of ourselves a little bit of self-understanding. Am I qualified to fly this plane? Or am I just believing I can sure I can do it because I've seen it in the movies lots of times? Big difference, right? So yeah, what I'm asking of people is to pause a moment, take a deep breath, and to reflect on what would I need to actually know and understand? What process would I need to apply if I were to be justified in having a lot of strong political opinions? I can either delegate that to somebody who does the process correctly, like Eric, but I probably won't because I have my strong feelings and stuff. So, what I can do though is acknowledge, even though I have these strong feelings, I shouldn't conclude that means I'm correct about things and probably should stay out of an area that requires correctness. That kind of self knowledge, that kind of growth is not common. But for all of us, I think we grow most when we're challenged to make concessions in areas where we don't have capacity. I think that's the primary growth arc for individuals. Accepting and understanding their deficits and limitations and trying to stay in their lane. And forgiving themselves when they can't perform well in another lane, not expecting that of themselves, right? So when it comes to various specializations in general, we all recognize that we are specialists in some profession and not specialists in some other profession. That if I, that while I can research tax law, I can probably make my own determinations about what I have to report, what I've done, etc. That there's a decent chance, even though I can apply a good deliberative process to this question, that I'm going to miss some things because I'm not an expert on tax law. I don't have sufficient knowledge, right? And I could do a lot of research, but at the end of the day, so much research, knowledge, process application, etc., is required to be an excellent tax person that ultimately it would be foolhardy for me to try to engage in that myself. I have to recognize where my, in this instance, knowledge limits make it necessary for me to delegate to an expert. In other areas, I don't have to delegate to experts. For example, legal matters. When Michelle Schock threatened to sue me, I didn't talk to a lawyer. My dad did when Becky threatened to sue him, even though I told him that it was insane to talk to a lawyer. She had zero case. She was a Canadian national. What fucking court would she have standing to sue us in, even? Etc. Right? But I get that most people don't have the necessary skills, knowledge, etc., to be their own lawyer. Similarly, is the case with politics. You don't have the skills, talents, etc., knowledge, etc., to be your own politician any more than you do have the skills to be your own lawyer. After all, politics, public policy, is about the law. You don't think that you're qualified to be your own defense attorney. Why do you think you're qualified to know what we should do politically? I do think I'm qualified to be my own attorney because I am. I'm much more qualified than any lawyer I've ever met. Well, I do read chat periodically. I'm coming back to read chat. Technocratic neoliberalism. I'm not a neoliberal. That's insane. Classical technoliberalism is correct ish, but it's still missing the point, right? We ought not engage politically with people. We ought to engage politically with advocacies, negations, etc., right? I personally have a strong distaste for yelling and I'm almost always tempted to turn it off. Probably most trauma response, but when people yell, my ability to listen is severely diminished. I don't think I'm yelling, right? At no point during this rant was I yelling, really. I might get louder or less loud. Right is American English for privilege. Uh-huh. So you don't have the right to life, just the privilege to life? Okay, well, cool. Then I'll revoke your privilege. Free speech is also the right to criticize. Yes, I'm not opposing free speech, right? I'm saying let's try to become more responsible in exercising it. It's not always a good idea to exercise a right just because you have one. People have the right to vote. It doesn't mean it's a good idea for them to exercise it. I have the right to remain silent. It doesn't mean it's a good idea for me to exercise it. No, I mean, the thing is, people can have whatever opinions they want, right? The problem isn't that people have opinions. The problem is that people seem to think that their opinions are informed and robust and deserving of commentary when there's just wildly unsubstantiated groupist bullshit almost always. Do you think he thinks we should not pay attention to the correctness of our discourse, or do you think he is reluctant to use a word that has been demonized by the other side? The word hasn't been demonized. Entitlement programs have been demonized. Changing the name of them doesn't help. That's just euphemism escalator, right? So originally, idiot was a science term. Moron was a science term. Retarded was a science term. Special was a science. It was like a nice way. Now we go people with developmental disabilities or something like that. It's like the point is whatever word you use, if the thing is perceived as negative because of its inherent negativity, then it's going to become pejorative. Complaining about the fact you can't call these people mentally retarded anymore because whatever you change it to will just become a slur because they want to be retarded. People don't think retarded is good. I don't think. Oh, I just mentioned you as mentioning that label. No, I'm not trying to prevent you from talking about politics either, Conman 3. I'm saying if you want to talk about politics, engage in that conversation with the right self-knowledge. Understand where your limits are and where your strengths are. So it would be a great thing for you to say, I'm beginning to question my certainty based on what you said here, Eric. I have heretofore thought this notion. What do you think of that? Then I would tell you, well, I think that's ill-advised because Aloha, says that boy Klaus. Aloha to you from me, and welcome to the Hawaiian. All right, that was Jeff's mom. When I answer the phone, I have to put you on pause for a second. It doesn't let me talk to the phone and stream at the same time. Probably doesn't want my phone call being broadcast. I don't know. I would still listen to the points if they weren't delivered so passionately. And sometimes I think passionate outbursts aren't beneficial to the points that are trying to be made. Well, I don't know if my passion is beneficial to making the point I'm trying to make, but I would say that it is beneficial insofar as probably on balance, people find live streams more interesting when I'm more emotionally expressive than when I'm less emotionally expressive. So it's like you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't when you're talking politics, right? If I just talk about it in a very measured and an adult fashion, then nobody's interested because real politics is boring. Like real politics is the Burger King in town is closed, and a Starbucks has requested it occupy the space and start a business there. The current Burger King is a drive-through. When considering this zoning application, this business license application for Starbucks for that location, what are some of the considerations we need to talk about? Well, currently the county of Mariposa has no stoplights, and currently you can turn left into that from the right side of the street into that Burger King. My concern is Starbucks is likely to have considerably higher volume traffic through a drive-through, so they might need to make that dotted line in that part of the highway through town a solid line to make sure that people can only go into the Starbucks from this direction. That's real politics, okay? Notice how boring it is, and notice how far removed it is from what people think politics is. True, I don't relate at all. I know it's important for society, but too focused on my own life. Well, that's fine. That's great. It's right. That's what most people should say. I can't engage in politics. I'm too focused on my own life. So most people should say. So entitlement can be defined as belief that one is inherently deserving of certain privileges and benefits, is kind of pushing it to call getting enough food to survive an entitlement. What makes it an entitlement is that only people who qualify are entitled to it. So if it's for everybody, then and it's applied equally, then you might be able to call it, say you're trying to legislate a civil right or something. But when you have means testing, then only people who qualify are entitled to that. That's why it's an entitlement program. Okay, so the thing is, you might object to the idea that only a certain class of people are entitled to something. Well, then maybe you oppose entitlement programs. I don't know. Whether or not you think it's inherently bad that some people feel entitled to free food, you might say, well, they only feel entitled to it because they're poor and they meet the criteria. Well, then I guess they're entitled to it legislatively. And I'm not. And that's either good or bad depending on what you want to perceive as correct regarding that, you know. Well, one has a natural right to fight for their own survival, but getting food stamps from the government is not fighting for your survival, right? Well, it doesn't matter how he was thinking about it. Objecting to using the correct term because it makes something sound bad is, the reason they're called entitlements is only some people are entitled to them, not everybody. Hence, it cannot even be called a legislated civil right. Let me go down and read some more here. Staying in your lane sounds like bullshit speech and idea to me. Okay, well then you fly the plane next time you're traveling someplace. If you don't like specialization or expertise, you perform your own surgery on yourself. Go ahead. If you really don't like that kind of concept, then don't use any specialists in life. Stay in your own lane comment has irked me also, Cone Man. Again, because people are going to people. I give Host Eric tons of room because he is precious and Grox Pond will disagree. And that's fine. I don't expect everybody to agree with me. I am not a neoliberal, Hanko Plamo. And if you are, well, I guess you're in favor of invading other countries for regime change? I don't know. That seems like a neoliberal thing to me. Eric should read chat more than talk. Looks like a blowhard at present. Not really concerned by how I appear, Conan. You forget that I've been doing this for a dozen years at least, and I'm actually quite mild and tempered compared to how I used to be. Using the qualifications argument now. Bullcrap lol. Okay, again, comment 3. If you don't like qualifications, then you get your taxes done by a child you pick out from an elementary school class. Entitlement can be defined. I read that part. Read that. Classic. Gen X may actually have been thinking about it like that. Doesn't matter who's thinking about it. Was that Gen X Seal's first time coming back to the stream in a while? Maybe. I don't know. You were yelling, by the way. I distinguish. Okay, well, sometimes I do. I've been known to raise my voice on a few occasions. Yep, that boy, I think so. Happy New Year. I agree with Lou. I think there was maybe one moment when you raised your voice to a point of yelling. Okay, fine. In the garage. I always thought that too when I said I don't think I was yelling. There was one moment in the garage. Rename the channel Ranting with Famous People. No, because I mean, in any given 4 hours of live streaming, I'm only ranting a fraction of the time. And, I get that ranting has a negative connotation, but I acknowledge that when I'm ranting, that's what I'm doing. I don't pretend to call it something else. And that's important. And that's what you get here is you get honesty instead of dishonesty. And that's very rare, I've come to determine. Like, I'm not going to pretend that my ranting is not ranting. I will point out perhaps that the specific words I'm saying are insightful, correct, and should be listened to, I'm lost, says Hero Lamb. Okay. Can you see any street signs around you? If so, tell me what street signs you see. Buffering. So many pixels. Is it better now? Is it working now? I don't know. The thing is, Eric, is that if you add that charged emotion to it, it can distract and be something people focus on. You'll get comments like, wow, you seem really mad and you aren't heard. Well, that's true, Alec T. And if you're suggesting that I'd, in general, attract more flies with honey than shit, and or that better FE would serve me well, I'm not going to disagree with you. So maybe it's a good point to say, if you want to rant about people like continuing to behave as they are regardless of what you say, then maybe demonstrate a change in your own behavior by engaging these topics in a less emotional way. I mean, it's a good point, but you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like I said, real politics is boring. Nobody wants to talk about real politics. Eric doesn't like politics being addressed from ethical or ideological perspectives. Well, you can't address politics from an ethical or ideological perspective. You can have either, say, an ethical or ideological framework, but then you'd need to establish criteria for meeting that framework, etc. And if you're not doing that, then you're just whistling Dixie. I'll probably get slapped for this, but I kind of think politics is everywhere. There are more than two people who can't be escaped. Well, I'm talking about public policy politics. Yes, there are politics in all manner of human groups, but I'm specifically talking about public policy politics. Another problem is Eric takes a comment someone makes, then assumes meow, 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 which in my case is often not the case, then argues against false position he's created inside. That's not true. Come in 3. I respond exactly to what you say. What you're accusing me of is basically straw manning you. It may have happened on a couple of occasions where something you say implies something very strongly and state what I'm inferring. But it's definitely the exception, not the rule, as is indicated here by my responding to what you're saying. I don't even understand what he's going on about regarding entitlements. I don't recall giving an opinion on them. I'm not responding to you. You weren't the one who said anything about entitlements coming at 3. It was Gen Xennial, Genzennial, whatever you call it. Eucalyptus chartreuse, very light coral, gray, blue, sea foamy gray, dark indigo are just a few of soup ingredients. Getting food stamps from the government is not fighting for your survival, but stealing food would be. But the problem with this notion that if you don't have enough food, then stealing's okay, is it pretends as though nothing happened before the moment of the hypothetical, right? Individuals have a responsibility to prevent that from occurring. In other words, the problem isn't that the person doesn't have any food. The problem is that he didn't figure out how to make sure he had food sometime back, right? It's for the case. It's for each of us. I'm sure almost everybody. It's the case that there's been some points in your life when you're dead flat broke, waiting for the next whatever to come in, and you're having to scrape by and scrounge and whatever, right? In any given instance, I might be down to a few cans of beans and nothing else in the house, etc. But that temporary condition doesn't justify me getting food stamps. The thing about food stamps is, as an entitlement program goes, it's about as harmless as one can be because it's not an in-kind benefit. And that's important, right? It still is harmed by the fact that it requires means testing, but as entitlement programs go, it's one of the least harmful ones. No, I mean, arresting somebody for stealing food because they're hungry is not ambiguous in terms of legitimacy. It's the necessary practice that one must engage in if you believe in the principle of equal protection under the law. So, under no circumstances can anybody ever say it's morally justified to steal. It might be that your punishment for stealing should be mitigated because the circumstances you were in made it vastly more desirable and beneficial to steal than it would otherwise be. But we have to acknowledge that theft is always a crime, regardless of your justifications for it. Let's see what we got next. I definitely respect your authenticity and passion, Eric, even if we disagree on some things. Well, see, Cone Man feels differently about my passion than some other people around here. But my point still stands, which is if this saying about flies is vinegar versus honey, because actually if you put out honey and shit, the flies would all go to the shit. That's why. There she goes again. If you're bored by it, then why do you focus on it? I'm not bored by real politics. Other people are bored by real politics. Other people insist on dealing with unsubstantiated ideological claims that are predicated on a false monolithic understanding of a boogeyman's group, usually. And so they're not interested in talking about real politics. So it's like, I might, if they were interested in talking about real politics, they might say something like, okay, Eric, if you don't impose entitlement programs, do you think there's any way that redistribution can be done, wealth redistribution can be done that is justified or that will have net positives? And then I would articulate what that is, People, like Cone Man accuses me of jumping to a bunch of conclusions, but really, he's the one jumping to a bunch of conclusions because he's not even asking important questions like that. When somebody says something that doesn't make any sense, Sometimes I just respond to it, but a lot of times I'll ask a question and hopefully will convey to that person they don't know what they're talking about. Those questions almost never get answered. Yeah, that's how I look in real life. I look grainy in real life, pixelated. It was due to a botched plastic surgery. I was trying to get my whole face digitized, but it ended up all pixelated. I don't expect Eric to read every comment I make either, but there is always a hope, or else one probably wouldn't comment. I mean, some people chat to the chatters. If you're talking about comments, it's a little bit more of a tricky question. I beg to differ a tiny bit. Some of what I link is for myself, homework later, often, but it sure is nice when a comment hits home. Acacia put a link, following the moon. Following the moon. Pillar of light. What is this? These are all horrible. Forget me not's okay, I guess, because it's a picture of the earth. Red Terra is kind of cool, I guess. But, abstract circles, making abstract circle nonsense on Photoshop? Come on. What a waste of time. Is that bipolar? Sorry, Acacia. Laid on the. Do that. I don't do that. I think I'm usually you're always in front of the question. Well, some people chat with each other in the chat without even listening to me, which is perfectly fine, of course. What do you think about ex-cons not being able to get jobs? I think it's horrible. I think it's also ridiculous that we call voting a civil right but deny it to felons. If it's a civil right, it belongs to everybody. I mean, all those sort of like post-punishment, additional punishments that are put on people who've been convicted of crimes, those are horrific nightmares of injustice that only basically push somebody back into a life of crime. Let's talk about voting. Why do you think it should be a right for all and not something that requires qualifications from a person? Well, because the impacts of public policy impact everybody. So therefore, any kind of voting phenomenon where you have to qualify to vote is the same thing functionally as an aristocracy. But the key thing is, let's talk about voting correctly. Instead of talking about it as something you should do, let's talk about it as a right that maybe you should exercise at a certain point in your life, but that it's a serious responsibility. Don't undertake it until you're sure you're ready. That's the message we should be sending about it, to make people more responsible about whether they vote. But we shouldn't say that there should be qualifications to vote, because that violates the principle of equal protection under the law and violates the fundamental principle of democracy. You can't have a free and civil society when you have an aristocracy. But the thing is, the founding fathers didn't necessarily agree with me on this. They were more elitist than I am. So I honestly say whatever I want, even if nobody knows what I'm saying or referencing. That's very FI pleasing, I'm sure. I did at first, not so much now on this channel. I do on the channel where I am a newbie to philosophy or debater psychology. Air Strauss, Führer, auf Dyson Koordinaten. I don't know what that means, but I like it. Have you tried to stare into one of those images and to allow your eyes to blue until another image appears and can make it move? I think my birthstone is sapphire. How about yours? What's it? And I'm a girl, but I don't have a best friend because I don't have any diamonds. EII last good. Haha. How have you been doing? Carlos Paiva. It impacts everybody. That's why everybody, in my view, should be able to negate the right for Gov to operate, not affirm who should govern. Well, Carlos Paiva, you and I are in alignment regarding that position. You seem to default to the status quo in politics, Eric. Do you have any ideas which could change things for the better? Sure. I've presented a. I'm sorry, Keisha. It didn't even occur to me. That could even be your art, and then you'd really be offended, and I'd feel terrible why I said anything like that. I'm very sorry. I used to make a lot of random things on Photoshop myself. At some point, I said to myself, Eric, why are you wasting your time making all these random backgrounds and stuff? But I went through my Photoshop fun period for sure. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I could see myself if I needed one of those kind of backgrounds that I could see myself even grabbing one and, you know, being a background thing. Yeah, I've got multiple ideas which would change things for the better. My advocacy in favor of federalizing and centralizing homelessness services would solve homelessness problem as is experienced by people who live in cities in the United States. I actually have a UBI plan that bypasses the legislature essentially after it's passed, that would not even require us to end existing programs, but would pay a small portion of the population determined by age, probably. That would be linked to the growth, essentially. It'd be basically like a treasury held ETF on cryptos, and the return on investment each year would be paid out like 80%. The populace split according to miggity meow, meowgity meow. And it's just on age, though. It can't be on means testing. Means testing is a terrible thing. So, so that's my UBI plan. It's both feasible, intelligently done. You could do it on an ETF like that, or you could do it on a federally backed crypto. You know, like that has the same fiat protections as the dollar and is linked to it as a stable coin, right? So the only difference between, say, current crypto USD and the USD crypto USD I'm talking about is that the one I'm talking about would enjoy the same privileges as fiat currency in the United States. You'd be able to pay your taxes with it, for example. So other things I think could change the status quo for better. If I were president, I'd use the Justice Department to challenge federal authority when it comes to, say, drug laws. Ideally, I'd love to see the DEA entirely disbanded and all federal drug laws stricken from the books by the court on the grounds that it exceeds federal jurisdiction, which it does. You're never going to make any meaningful headway with the legislature there, so you got to work with the Justice Department. I'd also like to use that method to conscribe the power of the president some, both my own, if I were in that capacity, and future presidents. We need to do something about these executive orders, which are just running amok. Presidents feeling like they've got fiat authority to do whatever the fuck they want. It's ridiculous. Obviously, I put an end to use of force around the world by the United States, except in instances where emerging realities necessitate it or Congress has declared war. In the status quo, we don't have use of force like being applied in an emergency capacity as might be justified by the president without a declaration of war. We've got it being used as a policy that the president just made up and implements over the course of years without any legal justification, without any moral justification, in violation of both international law and just war theory. It's just a policy of ongoing murder of people who don't like us. And it was never justified for the president to engage in this sort of policy in the first place, let alone continue it over the course of several administrations now. It's ridiculous. Like, how in the world is it constitutional for the president to order the assassination of an Iranian general on Iraqi soil? How in the fucking world can anybody tell me that the president has that power to just order the death of anybody around the world who doesn't like America? The president does not have the power to murder people, for fuck's sake. And don't get me wrong, by and large, I favor the idea that presidents shouldn't be held legally responsible for stuff they do in the capacity of their office, by and large, unless it rises to the level of, say, insurrection, treason, whatever. So I'm not saying Trump should be tried for murder in this instance. No, I think that's exactly the sort of thing that he can't be held liable for after his term. However, the insurrection thing, different story, right? That's specifically addressed in the Constitution. That's where Trump ran into trouble, is that he did the one thing that you really can't get away with based on what the Constitution says. He instigated insurrection. So you'll note that my position on this is not predicated on whether I like Trump or not. I'm not saying whatever hurts Trump most, that's what we should do. I'm not saying, Trump murdered this Iranian general, so let's hold a trial for murder for him, when I wouldn't say the same thing about some other president doing exactly the same thing, right? So I'm not being a hypocrite like that. What I'm doing is actually evaluating things on their merits. Doesn't matter if I like Trump or not. I still don't think he should be held liable for decisions he made in office in the capacity of president, unless it's specifically forbidden by the Constitution. And the reason I have that position is because that's the position I have on every president. It doesn't matter who they are, whether I like them or not, right? It's the correct position to have in general. And that's what process integrity is all about. It's recognizing that if you don't apply the same ideas and stuff to things, regardless of what you would like it to be, then you're just being a hypocrite, you know? It's like, I really hated Trump because he's such an anti-intellectual, you know. He thinks talk is cheap. Whereas I think if you don't engage in talk correctly before you make decisions, your decisions are wrong and wicked and ill-considered, and you don't deserve to make decisions. But I never called for his impeachment. If talk was so cheap, Trump, then why did you provide so few words in justifying things? After all, it's cheap. I'm not taking a position on whether or not we should factually conclude he instigated insurrection. What I'm saying is, should that be established, then that would be the exception to the rule, I'm saying, regarding what you can be held accountable for in office. Things like treason, insurrection, that you can be held accountable for after the fact. But most things in office you can't and shouldn't be able to be held accountable for. So I'm saying Trump fucked up in that he behaved in a way that could be positioned as insurrection, because that's the one of the named things you can't do, right? Whether or not rose to that level, I don't give a fuck. I couldn't care less, frankly. Do I think he should be elected again? No. Is it because of that? No. This is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife. This is my beautiful house, though. And that is my beautiful wife. So, David Burns, you were wrong. You thought you knew what I thought about this house and this wife, but you were wrong. Voter fraud? I don't think it's a problem, really. I've yet to have anybody establish to me that voter fraud is a significant problem in the United States, to my satisfaction. Do I think that voting should be paper ballots? Yes, I do. I think that digital voting machines are too subject to, forget about whatever hacking or whatever, they're too subject to being suspect in an election. You're going to endlessly have people challenging the legitimacy of elections for as long as we have digital voting machines. We need to just stick with paper ballots and that's it, you know? Then you can do a real recount and look at all the ballots. Do I think that political parties might very well try to engage in some kind of voter fraud in, say, a swing district or swing state or something? Sure, it's conceivable. But I also have the solution to that, which is paper ballots plus any specific strategy of voting fraud that we might catch occurring, take measures to prevent that accordingly. Regardless, I don't think it's a big problem. I believe a lack of justice and corrupt politics is why most things are not working well and there is trouble and revolt everywhere. Well, the fact is, Cone Man, I mean, most things, quote unquote, are working fine. You enjoy stable banking, you enjoy easy, convenient access to a wide variety of foods and drinks and stuff like that. I agree that Trump seems almost like the lesser of two evils compared against Biden, because Biden's evil is something he cannot possibly overcome, namely weakness. It's weakness inherent and it's weakness magnified by his dementia. Trump, for all, whatever you might say about him, was not weak. And believe me, I'm in no way, shape, or form a pro-Trump person. I hated Trump when he was president with a deep passion. But that didn't let me make wrong things like say he should be impeached. I never made that claim. Well, I don't know if Broccoli Todd believes in voter fraud or not. I think he may have just been checking to see what I think about it, because he may, like you, feel as though voter fraud is a bit of a dog whistle or whatever, you know? Trump tripled our debt. Biden has reduced it by over $1 trillion. His infrastructure plan has resulted in a booming jobs market and our economy growing. Well, we may have a booming jobs market and our economy is growing in the aftermath of COVID, obviously, but I think it's it's silly to to say that his infrastructure plan is responsible for that. It's just insane, right? The economy works well on with when shit's going well and people are allowed to do the work they need to do, etc. I mean, I said you have a stable banking system. So in other words, you don't worry, Coneman 3, that while you're here complaining about banks, that the money you have in the bank will suddenly lose half its value. You don't worry that when you go to get money from the bank that they're not going to have currency to distribute to you. So from an individual's perspective, we do have a stable banking sector. Is it the case that government stepped in to support big banks so that we could continue to have a stable banking system? Yes. Should banks have not overextended themselves so that that was not necessary? Yes. Should the taxpayer be paid back? Yes. Has the taxpayer been paid back? Does anybody know that the answer to that question? Coneman 3, do you know if the taxpayer has been paid back from that infusion of taxpayer dollar into the banks? No, I mean, if you're I'm not saying you should be grateful to banks. I'm saying, isn't it nice that you enjoy a stable banking system? Otherwise, because remember, you don't have a right to put your money in a bank. You could just put it in a box under your bed. That's happened in Portugal. We weren't paid back for infusing money into the banks. Well, in the United States, actually, the banks paid us back. So people don't know that, right? Because that's not convenient for them. If they're on this sort of anti-corporate, anti-bank kick, then they see the bank crisis as an indictment of banking. The fact is, the banking crisis is an affirmation of the need for stable banking, right? And is the exception that proves the rule as to just how stable our banking is. We haven't had a run on the banks that resulted in banks not being able to provide currency to everybody since the Great Depression. We haven't re-experienced that horrible reality of an unstable banking system. How did the banks pay it back? From their profits. I mean, they can afford it. I agree the big problem with democracy and governments is expertise and representation. In other words, we elect people to represent us who are not experts in public policy. And thus we end up with this clusterfuck of randomness called, U.S. foreign and domestic policy. All right, well, the thing to note here is when we're fixated heavily on whether or not we should convict / indict / punish in some way Trump for not respecting the peaceful transition of power, there's little doubt that he did not do enough to respect the peaceful transition of power. Whether or not that rises the level of insurrection, the point is, if you believe it does, if you believe it doesn't, then you're concerned about somebody who's not a political player right now. In other words, he has nothing to do with public policy. So you're obsessed with either liking or disliking him to the detriment of real analysis. Isn't that what think tanks are for? Well, I mean, unfortunately, think tanks don't vote on bills and stuff. And if you get a dummy in Congress, they're going to cherry pick what they hear for what they want to hear and vote accordingly. You need to get people who aren't dummies who actually debate the bills and vote on them. The police cam shows police discussing whether or not they should start hostilities. Well, who gave them instructions to do that? I don't know. The thing is, we have a reasonable expectation that our president doesn't merely fail to prevent the peaceful transition of power, but actively respects it and even pays it its due lip service, you know? I think the American voters made a wrong decision, and I lament the fact that I'm leaving office, but I respect the peaceful transition of power, and I respect the voters' will. Pretending as though the election were fraudulent in some way, without any evidence at all, is unpresidential to say the least, right? This notion, calling the legitimacy of the election into question without any good justifications is not acceptable for any president, you know? But whether or not that comprises whatever, it doesn't matter now. Would I respect the government of Sasquatches? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, I would. As long as there's diversity. I also need a few Loch Ness monsters, some chupacabras, a Yeti. I'd like to get not just Sasquatches, but skunk apes as well. You know, skunk apes and Yetis are both subspecies of Sasquatches. We need some mermaids in there. And if we're going to have mermaids in Congress, obviously we need to put some hot tubs in there, except they'll be cold tubs because mermaids don't really like hot water. And I think that horses currently don't get adequate representation. So we should include unicorns on the assumption that their equine commonality will ensure that horses' interests are represented. I was thinking on the way back from town actually about how you might say that the prerequisite to civilization, I've said in the past that it's agriculture. You might really say the prerequisite to civilization is taming horses. And the reason horse taming is a prerequisite to civilization is because you might have a nomadic, semi-primitive group of people that herd animals, say sheep, cows, pigs, something that they can graze. Maybe I don't know if pigs can really graze, but let's just say sheep or cows. Then you move with the grass, and the sheep and the cows eat that. But well, they also didn't have civilization, Broccoli Todd. They just had pyramids and stuff. It's not civilization. So the thing is, what does civilization require? It requires decentralized, stable agriculture. And what is necessary to maintain horses? Because horses are one animal that we don't eat and we don't get milk from, etc. Because if you want to use an animal for that, let's say for their hide, well, leather from a cow is better or wool from a sheep is better. If you want to eat it, cow is better or sheep is better. If you want milk from it, cow is better or sheep is better. So there's no reason for us to eat or milk horses. So sustaining horses means individuals owning a means of transportation. For individuals to own a means of transportation, individual autonomy has to be upheld. at the expense of the group. And individual autonomy at the expense of the group is fundamentally the engine of civilization. What makes this such a civilized engagement right here is the fact that each of us is empowered to say what we want independently in the same digital forum, right? Well, if you want to talk about electoral colleges issues, Lou, then there may be some issues with the electoral college um, as currently as we currently do it. Okay. But if you want to advocate specific changes to the electoral college to prevent electors from voting for somebody other than whom the representatives dictated they should vote for, is that really a problem? I mean, this is the first I've heard of it, Lou. If it's really a problem, then there should be a fairly straightforward solution to it. I mean, the thing is with electoral college stuff, Lou, is that the way it's supposed to work is the states designate whether it's proportional or winner takes all. Some states have it proportional, some states have it winner takes all. So in any given state, let's say it's winner take all, and the state has, let's say, 20 electors. And let's say Biden wins that state. Then all the 20 electors who get sent to the electoral college have already committed for sure to vote for Biden. If there's a problem, then we should be able to articulate that that's the problem because one of those 20 people actually voted for Trump, right? I mean, what's it damning of? I'm not opposed to just moving to a straight popular vote, but I understand why we don't have it. Trump persuaded several states. Well, let's stop saying Trump persuaded, okay? Several states participated in an alternate elector scheme to facilitate Trump. They did this illegally, and several fake electors are already indicted. Okay, well, it sounds like the system's doing its job, you know? I mean, Bianca Keck, she spends even more time around here than you do. I don't tend to see Winston's mom ever putting any counterfactual shit up. I don't necessarily agree with her interpretation of things all the time, but I think you can rely on her to not put up counterfactual shit or wildly speculative shit. She's consistently sustained that on that criterion for as long as she's been here. The reason we don't have a popular vote is because small states would be the United States of America is supposed to be a federation of independent states. In order to ensure that each of those states has equal power in the federation, we need to ensure that each of the states' power in the federation is not entirely proportional with their population. Because after all, Wyoming may have a very small population, but it's still just as much a state as California, which has a huge population. So in order to ensure that small states have an appropriate amount of power as equal members of the federation, but also appropriately less power because of their smaller population, the United States of America has devised a fairly convoluted scheme to accomplish this. So we afford representatives in the House of Representatives proportional to population. We afford senators, 2 to each state, regardless of population. And we deal with the vote on a state by state basis. So in other words, if if I'm California, I might say, well, we delegate our electors proportionally. I don't know what California does actually. In which case, if 80% of the population votes for Biden, then 80% of the electors are Biden electors, they get sent to the Electoral College. 20% are Trump electors, they get sent to the Electoral College, right? If it's a winner take all state, then all of those electors from that state get sent to the Electoral College. The point is, it allows states to make the decision about whether they want to be populationally proportional or unified in their vision as a state. The reason we don't have a straight popular vote is because we have a straight popular vote in each state. Then that state gets to decide if they want its vote to be awarded proportionally or winner takes all. I mean, listen, Fierkak, just because there's a story in the mainstream media doesn't mean it's false, wrong, or we should discount it. There's a certain way, there's certain kinds of, if you read individual stories correctly, which is say dispassionately, then it's very easy to determine what you can trust and what you can't. If you also, like most people, read stories from multiple sources about a thing, you'll see which parts of those stories were just sourced from the other story and which ones have actually new details and stuff in them, right? It's easy enough to go back to the source of it, etc. Communication doesn't work like you're imagining it working. Well, if you remember, we can't, it does us no good to try to dismiss or denigrate somebody's views based on their presumed source. You should only have a position on specific positions, not on people and their overarching legitimacy to state positions or whatever. You're just trying to call into question everything Winston's mom says because you don't see it as sufficiently divergent from mainstream reporting. I mean, that's just silly. It's not the case that you're more likely to get truth from totally random anonymous sources than you are from cited sources and journalism organizations. It's like when COVID was going on, you read U.S. voting system is biased in favor of richer landowners? No, every vote counts the same. You could say that because of the states issue, that states with low population density and therefore low overall population are over empowered in comparison to their population compared against states that are more heavily populated. And you could argue that states with lower density population have a higher percentage of large landholders, large landowners. And that therefore, because of that, the states with richer people are weighted in terms of power against the states that are on balance poorer if you divide total wealth by total population or something, But that would be extremely misleading to say that, right? The battle's between low density and high density, not between rich and poor. And we see that in terms of politics of individuals consistently across the country. It doesn't matter whether you're rich or poor. If you're from a low density population area, you're more likely to self identify as conservative. If you're from a high density population area, you're more likely to self identify as liberal. And it bears zero resemblance to an equivalent charting wealth. I mean, well, low density areas are typically richer. Cities are not necessarily full of poor, but obviously, uh, if you if you're trying to engage in the normal economic process of getting some job, finding some place to live, working and living, doing whatever, you're much more empowered to do that in a high density population area. So people in low density population areas are more likely to be people who have already done that and have moved to a low population density area, like me. Not that I got here because of because of my great financial planning or anything, but I spent years doing the whole work a bunch of hours a week thing, and rent a house and rent a little house in Temple City, and I spent many years doing that. Oh, sure, it's fair to question their bias, but it's fair to question everything's bias, and note, most importantly, that bias isn't an argument against anything. Yes, people who are. Yeah, there's gerrymandering in the U.S. too. People who it's important to note when writers reveal a clear bias, and it's even more important to note that we can toss that question out immediately because it's not relevant to whether what they're saying is correct. We can note that they've done a poor job of cueing others that they shouldn't respect what they're saying because they've conveyed that bias. But we need to remember that that's not relevant to the question of whether they're correct or not on what they're saying. And I would say that Winston's mom, again, has been consistently reliable about not putting bullshit, about politics. She clearly feels as though Trump's behavior rose to the level of an insurrection. I think that the continuing to follow Trump at this point is probably not time well spent because he's not really a politician anymore. I think the question of whether or not what he did rose to the level of insurrection comprises a standard, not a rule. For standards, each individual needs to use some discretion to make a determination regarding the thing. If Trump had been in the front of a group of soldiers, private mercenary army that he had put together that was pro-Trump, and sent them to try to take over a military base or something, that would definitely be insurrection. If he just had whined a bit about losing the election, that definitely would not be insurrection. What he has done, it requires us to use discretion to determine whether or not it meets a standard rather than a rule. Like, if you're not 16 yet, if you're not 15 at least in California, you are not allowed to drive a car under any circumstances. It's a simple rule. You're 14, but I'm driving fine. Doesn't matter. We apply a rule here, not a standard. I mean, by and large, he's not necessarily on even on ballots. Has there been any votes in the Republican primary yet? The Iowa straw poll hasn't happened yet. So, I mean, those are just asking people's opinion. He has to be on ballots before he can lead in the primary. And there are multiple states that have already ruled that he can't be on their ballot. The point is, he didn't clearly lead a military force to oppose the United States military. That would be the most obvious example and clear-cut example of insurrection. He didn't do that. So we're quibbling on the margins here. Is his encouragement of people to riot or whatever, does that comprise insurrection? Is incitement to riot insurrection? I don't know. It's really hard to say. When you're dealing with something like insurrection, you got very black and white examples of what it is, very black and white example of what it's not, but in between here, it requires you to apply a standard. So that's why I don't bother thinking about it or talking about it. It's interpretive. It's interesting that right-wing people like Jordan Peterson think U.S. colleges and universities are left-wing biased, but I think it's because people on the right usually think the center is right. Well, if they're on the right, don't they think the right is right? I mean, or I see what you're saying. They think that what's actually a conservative position is a centrist position. Well, I mean, the truth is, U.S. colleges and universities do have, unfortunately, a politicized element that is, I wouldn't call it left or right. I'd call it identitarian. It's just a form of groupism. It's kind of a cancer, like every form of groupism. Identitarians believe that we should understand other people as members of their groups first, disenfranchised in some way, etc. And that's obviously been well, it's led to a lot of bad things. The thing is, it emerged from something fundamentally good. In critiquing groupism, and in other words, in critiquing racism, misogyny, etc., well, you're doing something good. You're saying, if you critique it right, you're saying, treat individuals as individuals. Stop treating other people that you don't even know as members of a group whose qualities you've assigned arbitrarily and insisted they manifest. Don't behave as though the population you're talking about is that you can speak on their behalf or that there is even such a population. That's good wokeness, right? In that regard, yeah, it matters a lot that only a fraction of kinds of people get represented in television shows. Is it a good thing that TV has embraced the idea of being more inclusive in terms of casting things? Absolutely, right? But is it a bad thing that some universities and or even country like Canada might legislate requiring people to respect another person's pronouns? Of course, that's fucking horrible, right? You can't tell me how to perceive you. I'm sorry. That's not your prerogative. If I perceive you as a man, I perceive you as a man. If I perceive you as a woman, I perceive you as a woman. If you succeed in fooling me, then I'll probably perceive you as what you want me to perceive you as. If I knew you before, I'll perceive you as what you were before. It's different than a name, for example. If I ask you to call me Dawn from now on, because I don't like my name Eric anymore, then if I'm serious about it and consistent about it, you should respect that choice because it's my name and I'm asking you to call me by the name I prefer to be called by. However, if I ask you to engage your pronouns differently, then instead of requiring of you basic decency and politeness on an FE level, respecting the fact that I call you by the name you want to be called and you'll call me by the name I want to be called. So if you don't want to call me Dawn, I'll start calling you fuckface, you know? But regarding pronouns don't represent the name you want to be called. They represent what my perception is. Asking me to misrepresent my perception or to change my language regardless of my perception is functionally saying I should lie. Certainly, it's not something you can mandate or require of people. You can't say of them, you must respect another person's pronouns, because it simply doesn't work as a right like that. It just doesn't work. If you try to generalize it, it fails utterly. Like privacy, right? So you can understand there as being a positive indication to respecting someone's pronouns if they ask you nicely to do so or whatever, but you can't possibly conceive of a just reality in which that's required or compelled, because that would be essentially requiring or compelling somebody to misrepresent what they perceive, and nobody's entitled to that, let alone has the right to it. Hanging round downtown by myself, and I had so much caffeine, and now I'm yam 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 yam. I smell sex and candy, yeah. Who's that virgin in my chair? Who's that running various stairs in my direction? Well, I mean, it's not odd that Biden got more votes. Number one, the country's more populous now. Number two, much more turnout when there's an election that's hotly contested, like Trump Biden. Much more turnout when you've got a segment of the population not voting for Biden but against Trump, right? So it makes perfect sense that the results we had in the election were what we saw. You'd have to be living in your little insulated part of America and just seeing the people around you all supporting Trump to think that there wasn't at least as powerful a movement against him as there was in favor of him. This is what you get when you tie your reins to divisiveness horses. You increase turnout and you get a substantial number of people who aren't voting for Biden but voting against Trump. I've heard this argument before, like, how did Biden get so many votes when he wasn't appealing at all? Because people hated Trump so much. After all, he alienated fully half the population and basically told them, I shit on you every day, all the time. Why would you think that there wouldn't be millions and millions of people who normally don't vote, who just vote to get to vote against Trump, instead of Biden? That makes perfectly good sense. But if you don't want to be convinced by the truth, then you will continue to cling to these fantasies of election fraud. There's nothing dangerous about trans people. I don't think Hero Lamb was referring to trans people when he said these weirdos. I think it's okay to have little kids around them, of course. What makes you think they're child molesters or child abusers or whatever? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's no linkage there. There's no reason why wanting to change your sex or gender, I guess really your gender, should link it all to child abuse. That's ridiculous. I'm not sure. I'm sure Hero Lamb wasn't referring to trans people when he said that. I don't know. Were you referring to trans people when you said that? What if it's a guy outside in winter wearing women's lingerie and he's in your face aggressive? Well, there'd be one problem with that. He's in my face aggressive, right? I might think, gosh, aren't you cold? But that would not be a problem for me. That'd be a problem for him. And it would have nothing to do with the fact that they're wearing women's lingerie. Okay, again, Would I feel all right walking in a park with a man wearing women's clothes? Yes, obviously. These other things you put in there have nothing to do with the fact that the man's wearing women's clothes. Right? You're presuming they're strung out, and even if they are strung out, just because somebody's a junkie doesn't mean they're a criminal. I mean, a man, just a regular man wearing women's clothes is actually a transvestite, not transgender. So, a transvestite is different. They both start with trans, but transvestites, I don't know if they necessarily identify as a woman. They might identify as a man who dresses in women's clothes. So, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I will agree with anybody who says that Biden is about as charismatic as grandma's anal beads. And, Trump was charismatic in some ways. A lot of people viewed him as charismatic. People appreciated, and understandably, his kind of no bullshit approach to things. But why did they appreciate it? Because it was an NI no bullshit approach, not a TI no bullshit approach. What about on a schooling level? Should kids be taught gender, etc., in kindergarten? I mean, people, I don't think they teach gender in kindergarten. They just, it's like the normal binary distinction is conveyed to everybody through the use of he and she and as pronouns in books and stuff. Increasingly, there may be an inclusion of literature that includes non-binary understandings of gender. I think probably kindergarten's a little too young to try to explain that thing, since it's not anything concrete, right? It's too abstract. So what you need to convey to people about gender and sex is that sex and gender are different things. Gender's completely arbitrary in that a man can say they're a woman. You may or may not perceive them as such, and you may or may not wish to conform to their projected identity with your pronouns. But we should all respect whatever name change they might present. That's very abstract. So recognizing that it's arbitrary and individual, we also need to acknowledge that if somebody were to say constantly be changing their position on their gender, like every month, this month is I'm a man, this month is I'm a woman, this month it's I'm both, this month I'm a man again, etc. Well, not changing their body at all and insisting everybody adjust accordingly, well, that would be silly, right? So even though it's arbitrary and we ought to respect it accordingly, just like we ought to respect somebody's hair color, if they treat it as fully arbitrary, we should stop paying attention to the matter entirely, obviously. Winston's mom says Biden has lowered the cost of diabetes meds now and the copay costs for Medicare. So are you saying then Biden has dumped more responsibility for people's generally unnecessary health care, not in terms of diabetes medicine, onto the taxpayer? I don't know if you people would be as nice if you lived around shady people. You start to get wary of people. Probably true. I don't doubt that I would. I've lived in some bad neighborhoods before. Not terrible, but I lived in, well, back when I lived in Eagle Rock anyway, it's probably not that, it's probably better now, but we lived next to these kind of super shady apartments, and my car got broken into multiple times. There aren't very many shady people around here, Keisha, but it doesn't mean there aren't any. Uh, there is a substantial difference between living very, uh, in a very low density population area comparatively. Low density population means generally like more empowered economically, probably. I don't know. There's plenty of rural poor, but not here where we live. I mean, some maybe. I've seen people use food stamps before in the store and stuff. Failure to see the bad in people is very dangerous. But even more dangerous is trying is behaving as though that bad is determined already. So, in other words, we as groups deal with the world better when we let things prove they're bad before responding to that badness. In our own lives, we're well suited to note when somebody's risky or shady and avoid dealing with them. The thing is, even though I didn't grow up or didn't spend a lot of time in a bad neighborhood or whatever, wasn't around a lot of shady people, I seem to have extremely good intuition about who's shady. Like people who have ulterior motives, I can almost always see right through it. There may be certain types that are well suited to fool me, in which case I wouldn't see through those, probably wouldn't even know that I'm not seeing through them. But it's pretty tough to be up to no good and have me not sort of read it immediately. I don't know why. In some other areas of FE, I'm not necessarily that attentive or very good at picking up on everything, but when it comes to, I guess, people's intentions, if they're intending something unsavory, I can usually pick up on that right away. Well, I mean, calling it the mainstream media is affording it a little bit more monolithic state than it deserves, Like, it wasn't that long ago that I finally saw a headline on Google News that it said, the COVID lockdowns were a grand experiment. It was a failure. That's the first and only such headline I've seen that post-mortems what happened and addresses the huge mistake everybody bought into. So you might argue that the mainstream media isn't covering that story adequately, which makes sense because they covered it a lot when it happened, and the advocacies that they favored were all wrong. But what's important to note is they didn't present shit that was factually false, because I researched the COVID issue substantially, was entirely correct about it, and was able to determine what the correct position on it was using a variety of different sources, including mainstream media sources, which I typically trace back to the original source. I did the equivalent with the people who were saying things like, hoax and shit like that, and determined that no, it's definitely a real thing. And I determined fairly early on that, although not I wasn't the earliest on this, but um, fairly early on, that it was more likely lab engineered than naturally occurring, but that we wouldn't know for sure ever what the answer to that question was. So I was able to glean all of this true information about stuff, and I did not encounter stuff in the mainstream media that was explicitly contrafactual. Despite the fact that I disagreed with everything they were saying, they weren't lying. They were just drawing the wrong conclusions from the facts because they didn't respect process integrity, right? Well, to the extent that you believe the mainstream media can't be trusted because they're being paid to do their job, and because there are various influencing voices that may censor specific certain stories or promote other specific storylines, therefore we can't trust the mainstream media. Well, I would suggest that COVID tells us the opposite. It tells us we can trust them to be factual about things, but we also have to recognize that, like most of the population, they're too dumb or too unpracticed in political thought, whatever you want to say, to draw the right conclusions from the facts. And the cancer, as always, is a failure to respect process integrity. I am chemotherapy plus radiation therapy plus surgery. I'm all three things. I'm an all-purpose, multi-use cancer ritter. Unfortunately, I don't seem to actually be cutting out the cancer. I may be preventing its growth in a very localized impact circle, but I'm probably having zero impact on a larger frame of reference. So, as chemotherapy, radiation therapy, and surgeon, I'm doing a shitty job as an oncologist. And I think we can all agree with that. Nobody's going to disagree with that. That county vehicle reminds me. I have to go put gravel up by the mailbox or the mailman lady's going to yell at me again. Here comes another county vehicle, Public Works. I think they fill in potholes maybe. I wish they'd fill beside my mailbox. Oh well, the beat goes on. That's not county property is the problem, I guess. It's like this little stretch of area next to the road. It must be county property, but it's where the phone company buried the cables. So it might be phone company property. I don't know whose property it is. It's not my property, but it's my responsibility somehow. So I have to go put gravel up there. Oh, you can help me with the gravel? Oh, that'd be nice. Thank you. That would be very helpful. There's only 4 half cubic foot bags of gravel to pour and spread out across this mud a bit. If the lady in the supermarket in line behind me is to be believed, we're going to get snow tonight. Snow's fine. It doesn't make mud. However, when it melts, it becomes water. And that's when the problem begins. Curse you, phone company, for not putting gravel over there instead of just putting mud. Dirt, I guess. They put dirt turned into mud. Dirt is instant mud. Just add water. And it's like, it's right where the mailman lady drives her little car. It's her car, too, because it's a rural postal route. Rural postal routes are done by mailmen driving their own car with a sticker on the side of it that says U.S. Mail. You're stuck in an NI loop. Usually property lines go to the edge or center line of the road. Huh. Well, you're sort of required but to not build on the road. An air cult would be based around being correct. That's true. I wouldn't call that a cult though, right? Because the idea of a cult is that the cult leader is sort of unquestioned, infallible, astroturf disagreement. I don't astroturf disagreement. I don't even engage in a way that serves my interests or anybody else's. I just, you know, scold people or correct them or get mad or whatever because I'm not interested in being a cult leader. That's the thing. My position, Fly Guy, is not that I'm correct, is that the things I'm saying are correct. So I'm correct frequently, repeatedly about meow, 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 meow. But you should never have faith in me because what I'm saying is this thing I'm saying is correct independent of me. So if people try to build a cult around me, the first problem they'd face is me telling them that they're thinking wrong if they're thinking they can trust me to be correct. I mean, yes, they can trust me to be more correct than them, probably, but I might still say wrong things. And I rely upon them correcting me to stay correct. It's just like I used to tell my debate students when they were too just tame. Say, listen, first thing you need to learn is to tell me to fuck off. It's true, you are not telling me to fuck off enough. So that means that what that tells me is you don't really have a vision here. You just want to do what you want to do, right? Like, you've got an idea, you want to do your idea. I'm telling you, it's going to lose. You're an INTP, so you think you know better even though you're a seventh grader. Well, then you need to tell me to fuck off. If I'm wrong, tell me to fuck off. If I'm right, then listen to me. It's hard to take Winston's mom's criticism seriously because too much of a stretch. What's her criticism? I know the rumors they designed to paint a disgusting picture that will trigger those who prioritize purity first above inclusion. I mean, I think that I think that the whole purity, that moral taxonomy, I think is very unreliable. But there's some things I want pure, like drugs. Other things, I'm fine with them being impure, like my daughter, who's part Mexican. But the rest of her is impure white person. I'm fine with that. I'm fine that she's not full blast La Raza. Yeah, if I'm wrong, tell me to fuck off. If I'm right, tell me to fuck on. Hunter Biden grifted off his name. He never once worked for our government. Biden did not place his relatives in the administration. Yeah, I know. I don't even mind a president engaging in nepotism. It's to the president's discretion to include whoever he wants in his administration. It's natural for a president to draw from the pool of people he knows somewhat. And it's also natural for a president to give his kid or whatever a chance to show what he can do. Is it necessarily a good way to pick people? No, but it's not, it certainly doesn't rise to any kind of level of misconduct. Nepotism does not comprise misconduct. To a certain extent, neither does cronyism. Putting your political allies and cronies in your cabinet, in my opinion, is not a good way to ensure your administration does the right thing. But listen, prioritizing Japanese people is no longer called nepotism, Ribinar. Okay? Yeah, there are much bigger problems than nepotism. I'm not worried about that. Okay, it's called Japaneseanism now, Ruben R. It's no longer considered acceptable to call them Nips, even though they're from Nippon. It would be like calling us Amaras. We're not Amaras, we're Americans. Equivalently, Nipponese are not Nips, they're Nipponese. I was never the benefactor of nepotism. My dad never got me a job. It's ridiculous. I did end up working for LA County, and my dad also worked for LA County, but it was not difficult to get that job, and he did not have any role in me getting it. I benefited from an inheritance. That's not nepotism. So, no. Unfortunately, my Nihonism, right, that's what it's called now. My dad did not work in an industry where I could benefit from nepotism, unfortunately, nor did my mom. I mean, maybe, okay, you could say I benefited a little bit from nepotism because my mom did get me a job working, proctoring SATs back when I was in college. Uh, it was more like they needed proctors. My mom said, well, let me ask Eric. And Eric said, yeah, sure, I'll do that. It was more like that than nepotism per se. But I definitely wouldn't have done that had it not been for my family connection, though I probably could have. So I have benefited from nepotism before. But that was a long time ago, and I only benefited to the tune of maybe $500 total in all the times I proctored the SATs. Nippletism is when one has autistic nipples. No, it's when one chooses who to hire based on nipple diameter. The bigger the nipple diameter, the more likely they are to get hired. Did the Saudis give Jared $2 billion? I want $2 billion. I could do a lot with 2 billion. I could I could repave the driveway. Nepotism is actually they prefer it be called nipple burgers. Nipple autism is actually called nipple burgers. So keep that in mind. Nipple burger syndrome. They also stipulated that Jared not be in charge of the funds. He did not qualify with the backers, apparently. Well, look at that. Rudy Giuliani asked for $1 or $2 million per pardon. I mean that's explicit corruption. If that's the case, then he should be jailed. If he did it with Trump's consent and knowledge, then Trump should be jailed for just outright corruption like that, of course. But I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm not a big believer in loops. I've heard them described plenty of times. But I think that the only loop that I could even conceivably identify with would be something like an SIFE loop. If I remember a time when I embarrassed myself and it's an invasive thought, right? Invasive thoughts are a reality. I think trying to convey them in terms of being a function loop is not really supported by anything, but I don't know. Uh, he secured the investment months after leaving the Trump White House. So in that instance, we need to that's a critical element in that story that needs to be indicated, Winston's mom. This deal occurred after Trump left office. So yeah, I know that Rudy Giuliani's in big trouble. And I believe he probably should be. But I don't really care. How long is my driveway? Well, let's go look at it, Cone Man. Let's go take a look at the driveway. We actually have a lot of driveway and parking spots out here and stuff because I believe when they put this driveway in, they wanted to make sure there was parking for an RV. That's what I believe is the case. But what they did in general was do a great job with this driveway. Comes down from there, comes along here. This is the part that I'd like to repave. As you can see, it's got like a bunch of divots and shit in it. It's 20 some years old, so not surprising. And then it's a circle driveway, so it goes out the top there. Oh, I left the back of the car open when I got groceries today. And this area here, if you had an RV, you could park it here. We don't have an RV. We don't want an RV. We live out here in the woods. Why would we want an RV? A lot of people around here, though, they're so into the mountains or whatever that they live here and they have an RV, so I guess they can go camping nearby in it. I don't even know what they're thinking. Rachel probably was like, Eric didn't get any non-alcoholic beer. I did, Rachel. I just left it in the car. Along with this 12-pack of cherry vanilla Coke. Okay, well, I left it open. Now I know why. Because I wasn't done emptying it. Thanks about the blue wall. Yeah. This is a very plantation-y house, right? But this is a recent phenomenon for me. I spent a very long time living in a very small, very old 2-bedroom house in Temple City where I lived with my ex-wife and my ex-wives and my daughter for like 20 years. Then I lived in Laverne for a while in a cool old Craftsman, but still a 2-bedroom with neighbors crushed up right against me, you know. It's a very loud place to live. Then I lived with my dad at my dad's house to help with my mom for the last several years before my parents died. And my dad's house was fine, but not, you wouldn't call it aristocratic or whatever looking. Then when they died, I sold that house. We sold that house and we bought this house for a lot less money than that house, even though this house is way better. So it really depends on where you live, you know, as to what kind of house you get for what kind of money. If you don't pay a contractor, they undo the work they did. Well, I wouldn't. Well, I mean, I believe it, Winston's mom, but it's a more difficult case to make, right? Than if it happens while they're in office. I think that it's because it's the one spot. Oh yeah, it is too low, for sure. I hit my head on these things, right? I want to get these horrible ceiling fan fixtures taken out and replaced with just simple light fixture. The house in its original design, to the extent that it had a fan, it has this fan, which looks lovely, right? This fan in the foyer. And provides basically all the fanning the house needs. Well, this ESTJ and ESFJ couple who owned the house before us obviously installed this garbage. These ceilings are too low for ceiling fan fixtures. They got it in here as well. It's totally unnecessary because there's central air that has a fan on it, so you can have the fan blowing out right here, anytime you want. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, this is probably the original fixture. See how classy that is? Simple and classy. Not this. I got all this shit I gotta take back to the Christmas decorating lady. Anyway, that's done by the INTJ who designed and built this house. This nightmare is done by the ESFJ and ESTJ who bought it after them. I'm 6'5". I don't know how many meters and centimeters that is in England talk. At least you guys still use pounds and ounces instead of kilograms. Metric. Suck my dick, metric. Suck my dick. I don't need my measurements to all be decimal, okay? They can have different base numbers. They don't all need to be 10. Stop with your tyranny of 10. It's what I call metric. The tyranny of decimality. Fucking 10 fanatics. I want there to be 7 pecks in a bushel, okay? I like base 7. I don't get to use it very often. It's always like decimal or binary, decimal or binary. Ooh, hexadecimal. No, I want 7, whatever that's called. Stop with your base number tyranny. That's what I have to say to all of Europe and their so-called metric system. Now I need to get 2 sets of wrenches for everything. It's ridiculous. A foot is a foot long for a reason. It's the length of one Eric's penis. That's how they determine the size of a foot, and we should keep it that way. So we have a clear reference point in physical human society, Politicians in UK talking recently about changing systems of weights and measures. Who cares? Well, I fight for the disenfranchised, gun man. And in this case, the old, I don't know what it's called, imperial units of measurement? Is that what they're called? The ones that we have in America? Correct units of measurement instead of metric, whatever that's called. It's a disenfranchised group. And I'm fighting for the right of every American to require the world to adjust to us. I respect Britain for reclaiming the pound sterling from the octopus grasp of the EU. Right. They try to do that in America too. There's still occasional remnants of it you'll see in California, some road sign that hasn't been changed in a long time that says the distance in miles and then beneath it in kilometers. That was a brief-lived thing in California. I remember seeing it as a kid anyway on the way to Mammoth all the time. Probably replaced all those signs by now. I mean, what's next? Are they going to break an hour into 100 minutes? Like, how is 60 decimal? It's not. Why aren't there 100 seconds in a minute and 100 minutes in an hour and 100 hours in a day and 100 days in a month and 100 months in a year? Because sometimes decimal is not the right system to use. We shouldn't be slaves to base 10. That's my point. I am fighting to unlock the shackles of base 10 that enslaves us all, that enslave us all. I'm a noble warrior who's fighting for a powerful good. Everybody respect me now. And that's how I got everyone's respect. I just told them, hey, respect me now. And they did. I yelled at them, oh, better respect me even harder, motherfuckers. And they did. You just gotta tell them in a firm voice. So, the real question is, do I have a fifth colon blow, or what you might call an after poop? I feel pretty confident that I cleared the last of the merchandise that had been left on the shipping dock, you know. But I could be fooling myself. The problem with my digestive system is even when I get it fully cleared of poo, it starts making more poo. It's like washing the dishes. Well, I try to use paper plates as often as possible. You don't need to wash a paper plate. And if you tried to, you'd just ruin the plate. I had to tell Acacia this morning I saw her washing a dish. I said, Acacia, instead of washing the dish, why don't you put it in the dishwasher? And she's like, well, I'm not really familiar with dishwashers. It's pretty straightforward. You take the dirty dish, you put it in the dishwasher, and when the dishwasher gets full, we run it. That way, we neither have dishes accumulating in the sink, nor do we have to wash them ourselves. Now, Rachel and I have both endured dishwashing in an ESTJ's home. In an ESTJ's home, you have to fully wash the dishes before you put them in the dishwasher, which really defeats the purpose of the dishwasher. So if you don't adequately rinse the dish before putting it in the dishwasher in an ESTJ's home, you are going to get scolded. And you'll end up finding yourself washing all the dishes anyway. That's NI-polar. Around here, we don't brook no bullshit with NI-polar. We instead behave like sane people. Just as we don't wash the clothes before putting them in the washing machine, so too do we not wash the dishes before putting them in the dishwasher. That would be silly. Just like my mom, who was an ISFJ, not an ESFJ, but she did so much cleaning before the cleaning ladies got there. You're just setting a bad precedent. Have it filthy when the cleaning ladies get here, and then they'll understand they have to do all of the cleaning, not just some of it. Obviously, you'll have to pay them more, but you've already decided to pay a cleaning lady. So let the cleaning lady do the cleaning. I remember there was this day before the home tour where we were desperate for cleaning ladies. And I was just praying for a miracle. It was equivalent to the miracle of the lost Adderall that I found on Saturday morning that day. I found a 30 milligram, probably wasn't Adderall. It was dark web Adderall. And I'm pretty sure it was actually pressed meth. But regardless, I took that morning and I put a handle on everything. And it went very smoothly. It was a miracle. Exactly when I needed to find a missing Adderall pill that was somehow under my chair, I found one. But anyway, the day prior to that, I was desperately looking for cleaning ladies so I wouldn't have to do all the cleaning myself. And we were having lunch at the Sportsman's Cafe. I went out for a cigarette, and what do I see? Pulling up and parking right next to the parking space where my car is parked. A van full of cleaning ladies. And I said to them, excuse me, are you cleaning ladies? And they're like, yeah, we're cleaning ladies. And I said, is there any possible way you can come today to clean my house? And they said, no, I'm sorry, we're all booked up for like the next 2 weeks. So that was a miracle that wasn't to be. It appeared like a miracle delivery from the gods, you know. Here are some cleaning ladies. But instead, it was not a miracle because they did not help me clean my house at all because they were too busy. But, you know, when God psychs you out with an apparently open door that turns out to be closed, he opens a window. And that's what happened the next morning when he directed me to find that Adderall beneath the chair. He said, here, Eric, you have gone without sinning for a sufficiently long period of time. You deserve a reward. And the reward he gave me was drugs. Because God knows what reward I want. I'll give you a hint. It's drugs. Well, I can't put all these things away right now. There's no room in the fridge for all these things. But I can probably put a few things away. Let's see what I can put away in here. I can throw this loaf of bread away because I was thinking, oh, I'll put one loaf of bread in the fridge because then we'll make some sandwiches and I never made anything with it and now it's stale. That's why I don't like getting food that spoils. As soon as I have food that spoils, somehow the fact that I have it and that it will spoil makes me less likely to eat it. It's a horrible disability I have. Like I got these eggs, right? But I probably just end up throwing them away because I knew they would spoil. I didn't eat any of them. It's this horrible curse. That's why I try to get only things that are like in cans or in bottles or frozen things. Even if I get a loaf of bread, I usually just put it directly in the freezer because I know I can't trust myself with a loaf of bread in the fridge. I got a gallon of milk this time because we got a couple of guests, so they might want to eat some cereal or whatever. Get a bidet to wash my ass. I just wait until I get in the shower. You know, I'm not gonna shower just my butthole in between showers. I feel very virtuous when I even bother washing my hands between showers. Exploitation props up the inconsistencies in capitalism. I don't know what you're talking about. Not sure that's a sentence that really means anything. Talking with famous people, TS is 178. That is 5.8 or 5.9. It is silly to have two. But no, Cone Man 3, just one Eric's penis, okay? That's a funny comment, though. I don't care what system we use, but it's better to have one than two. Well, to be honest, metric makes more sense. But you know, I'm not a slave to things making more sense as long as they don't cascade down. And measurement systems don't cascade down. It has no framework implication, so it doesn't matter. I grew up in Laredo, Texas, very hug, kiss on the cheek culture. It never bothered me much as long as you let me unhug after a second or two. I don't seek it out. I read the other person, so see if they're wanting a hug. If not, there will be no hug. I'm not a real hugger by nature, but sometimes I'll get the cue that this person wants to hug or whatever. I hug Rachel sometimes. Feels nice to hug Rachel. He leaves the cat door open at least. Yes. Ruben, now you're an ISTJ. In the general feel of that album, I've offended Eric the nepotist, Winston's mom the Trump smearist, now Ruben the not huggy feeler. I don't think you've offended any of us. Thanks, Rachel. I do stroke both of my cats on a regular basis with my hand. Trouble enjoys being pet while he's eating. It assures him that I am still there, watching as I should be, standing guard. I've also determined that he believes, apparently, that I have a reciprocal obligation because he watches me while I'm in the bathroom usually. So, like, normally if guests aren't here, when I go into this bathroom down here, I leave the door open and Trouble will stand there and guard me. So I think he believes that I have a reciprocal obligation to guard him when he eats. He doesn't really want me to guard him when he poops or anything. I don't want him to guard me either, but I don't think he's reading the situation that in that nuanced a fashion. I don't feel bad at all about anybody reducing the meaning impacts of anything I've done as a consequence of nepotism. That's fine. If you want to say that I didn't deserve that job as SAT proctor, I only got it because of nepotism, I won't even dispute the point. Because it's definitely the case that had I not had a mom teaching at that high school, I would not have sought out that job, even if I could have gotten it. I'd prefer neither of us has to watch the other one do anything. 4 inches of snow on Saturday is what the Microsoft weather thing is saying now. It's also expanded our rain times for tonight from 10 p.m. through 6 a.m. with a low of 34 around 5 a.m., but it still shows rain mixed with an occasional snowflake. That's for tonight. For Saturday, is showing snow from rain about 4 p.m. till about 7 p.m. Then a mix of rain and snow from 9 to 11. And then snow from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday morning. That's what it's predicting for Saturday right now. I could be eking one out right now. I'm not. Because new elements in the chat we're engaging in, the average bathroom break takes 5 minutes. Yes, I just pooped a teeny bit. I didn't really have to poop at all because I did have a 4-act play of colon blows last night. First, I had my first 3 of them, which you got to enjoy here on the stream. But then in the middle of the night, I woke up and pooped out all the rest of the poop, which was colon blow number 4. So I feel pretty light and fluffy today, you know? Yeah, I didn't even know when I woke up at first that I was gonna go poop. I just had to pee. I got out in the bathroom and I realized gurgle, gurgle. Oh my God, I got more poop in me. So on that day, I learned an important lesson. Try to poop more regularly. And Coneman3 says, I like your driveway, Eric. I'd love a larger property with spaces I don't need, would give me a good feeling. Yeah, well, the thing is, that's basically the difference between living in the country and living in the city, you know? So we don't have a large property here. It's only 1 acre, but we have more rooms than we need in the house, and we've got more driveway space than we need. You know, it's really a place that's designed to accommodate 6 people. There are 6 chairs in here, 6 big chairs. There are 6 chairs around the dining room table. There are sufficient beds in 3 of the 4 bedrooms. One of them isn't technically a bedroom. The day room isn't called a bedroom because it doesn't have a built-in closet. Anyway, the 3 bedrooms are suitable to accommodate 3 couples, 6 people, you know. The day room could be used to accommodate kids as well, but I find spaces you only pass through, like the driveway, kind of intriguing in a way I can't explain. Well, I mean, the driveway is an interesting liminal space like that because, like, I regularly feel the satisfaction of having a circle driveway. For example, today I wanted to back into my spot because I was unloading groceries. So I came in that end, pulled up, and then backed like that, right? When I leave, I can just go straight out. Yeah, it's not a massive house. It's more house than Rachel and I need in some regard. Like, we have a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath house, 2,100 square feet or something. It's just the 2 of us. But we have guests now, and we like having guests. This is a crisis of identity. No alcohol in the beer. That's true. We don't have any alcohol in the beer. Well, there might be a small amount of alcohol in the beer, depending on which kind I get. But the nice thing about this house is it's got endless shelves and shit to put things away, and almost no shelves and shit to display things. I mean, it's not way more house than we need, actually. That's the weird thing. because we like to have guests, and also because uh, we need our own space. The nice thing about this place is when I'm sleeping down here in the master bedroom, and Rachel's sleeping up here in her room, the day room, then we're we're as far away from each other as a married couple can want to be while still being in the same place. And that means that we both can sleep without concern about how it impacts the other person if we roll around or make noise, get up and down like me, etc. That is a big deal, having our own space in which not only are we separated into different rooms, but that we can't hear each other. Because I'm fairly noise sensitive, and I suspect Rachel is fairly sensitive to me getting up and down because I get up and down more often. A lot of times I'll smoke a cigarette in the middle of the night. But also, it's helpful to have this living room space isolated by a floor from the other people. So Rachel can maybe hear what's going on, but I can watch TV and stuff down here in the morning and be sufficiently isolated from her that it's not going to bother her a great deal if I don't start making a bunch of noise. Well, like we didn't get this house for any specifically good reason. So yeah, we just started out sleeping together, and you know, the thing is, we also have our cats. Last night, both cats slept in the room with me, but only one of them slept on the bed. Uh, Regardless, with trouble in the bed, Rachel and I would need to have bigger than a king size bed to successfully sleep together all night. Sometimes we do sleep together all night, but Trouble is not easy cat to fit into bed with. He's a huge cat and not very SI respecting. Anyway, we got this house because we liked the way it looked, basically, and we thought it was a good deal, so we bought it. We needed a house to move to because we were moving out of Arcadia. Since we moved here, I've come to appreciate myriad things about how smartly and well put together and designed this house is, but none of those things were on my radar when we chose it. Basically, Rachel and Delilah, when I showed them the picture of it and the price, we were both like, that one. I wasn't really sure because I ignored it. And then when we looked at it, it wasn't very obvious to me until the realtor pointed out to me that Rachel really loves this house. And I guess that's part of bipolar too. I wasn't really thinking that, I wasn't thinking about how our looking at the house in person might be informative about Rachel's perspective on it. It never really crossed my mind to evaluate things in terms of Rachel's FI response. I just asked her later, are you yay or nay on this place? It seemed irrelevant, really, I guess, until the realtor brought it up, how much Rachel liked it. Once he did bring it up, that was an impactful argument on me. Well, you're right, Rachel does seem to really like this house. I guess we should go to whatever lengths we need to get it. If that means making a contingency deal, etc. If you can put that together, let's do it. Because I was backing out of this house and saying, look, we're gonna have to revisit this buying a house thing after our existing house sells, for a variety of reasons. But he said, no, I'll put he convinced me to come back in on the idea that he could put together a contingency deal, and he did. And part of that convincing was him telling me, Rachel really likes this house, which is not something I would have concluded or thought about really without him putting his 2 cents in. It's like I tend to view the thing as, is Rachel in favor or opposed? As though how much she wants meow is irrelevant. Of course, how much you want meow is very relevant. If you specifically want meow, then meow, me, or meow won't do, you know? Because from an FI perspective, it's not just yay or nay on a given thing. It's sometimes yay and nothing else. You know, I don't want whole milk in my coffee right now. If my only other choice besides non-dairy creamer for whole milk, I'd just go with non-dairy creamer. And I don't want half and half in my coffee right now. If my only other choice was half and half, I wouldn't put any liquid cream in my coffee. But I do like coffee with both non-dairy creamer and a bit of heavy cream. So in that instance, I don't want your compromise, right? I don't want some alternative that's purportedly just as good. I want what I want and nothing else. And that's a power of FI that I'm fairly weak at for sure. Like, if I want any given thing, I could think of a million different possibilities of things that might objectively be of equivalent value, sort of the same purpose, whatever. Yeah, help yourself to whatever. Both of you guys tell Ruben that to eat and drink whatever you find. Well, I only put whole milk on cereal, Cone Man 3. I had to endure the horror. I think this is kind of a form of child abuse, although I didn't really suffer from it until I was at least a teenager. But my mom and dad started drinking skim milk at a certain point, or using that on cereal. And there would be occasions when, in my childhood home, we'd be out of whole milk, and I'd be asked to use skim milk on my cereal. I still wake up at nights screaming and sweating, thinking about the atrocity I endured. He's not still staying here, he's staying here again. Even tree milk comes from holes. You mean syrup? Well, yeah, but we'd already established our price range, and this was within that price range, and I'd already determined that it was a good deal, that probably within a few years it would recover the value that they had dropped the price when we bought it. They dropped the price $95,000 like a week before we saw it. So, sup, little lurky. Skimmed milk is like dishwasher. It's like cow flavored dishwater. It's horrible. It's like, okay, we only have like one glass of milk left, but there are four of you. I only pour a quarter of a glass of milk and fill the rest of it up with water. That's what it's like. Well, they didn't stay. They stayed like 4 or 5 days last time. I encouraged them to come back and stay a couple of weeks if they wanted to, and schedule about it, because, you know, couples need time together, and it's not easy for them to make time together because typically they've been traveling to motel, and if you try to stay in a motel for a week or 2 weeks, it's going to really cost you a lot of money. So they they can certainly stay here and chill out for a couple weeks and enjoy having time with each other. It seems a necessary precondition of having a happy relationship to me. But that may be because my love language is quality time. Who knows? It's really quantity time. That's my love language. It's quantity time, not quality time. Rachel's kind of the same way. We're happy sitting next to each other, even if we're doing different things. That's quantity time. So I stink a lot right now. I smell like sweat and despair. I smell like body odor. My pits stink, you know. I can smell myself just sitting here. But I don't want to take a shower until after I put the gravel by the mailbox. So I'm thinking about taking this. I'm thinking about two possible things here. Possible thing number one involves ending the stream so I can go do the gravel putting. But possibility number two involves putting you guys in the garage, looking up the driveway, and letting you chat among yourselves while I go put the gravel. Because it won't take an especially long time for me to put the gravel. Like I said, I only have 4. I can't take the phone all the way up to the street. It gets too far away from the Wi-Fi, and we don't have any bars back here. Although I have taken it up there before and successfully sustained a stream, so maybe I'll try to split the difference, take it about halfway, and see if it still maintains its connectivity. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to make of your simile there, Gunman 3. I'm not sure what is supposedly like that. So I think what I'll do now, in order to facilitate this process, I'm going to go ahead and put my boots on. Boots are better to do work in than flip-flops and tatami slippers, right? Especially because with socks on, with socks and tatami slippers. With socks on, my feet slip around the tatami slippers more than they do without socks on. But it's too cold to. Yeah, it's gravel time, Ruben. I'm going to put my boots on right now. It's too cold to not have any socks on. And then I want to put this gravel because I'm hoping that afterwards I'll be able to claim that I have a gravelly voice. I'm guessing, I'm just inferring this from what's implied by the term, that putting gravel makes your voice be more like gravel. But that may only be for people who put gravel with their mouth. I'll try not to inhale it. It's fairly large gravel. It's more like aquarium rocks, really. I was surprised when I poured the first bag of gravel out. I was like, oh, this is some like fancy gravel or something. I just picked the all-purpose gravel, which, I take literally. I believe that this all-purpose gravel can be used for literally any purpose. That's why I've decided to cover all my food up in gravel. I believe it will improve the food. Who was that actor who sang "Under a Wandering Star"? I have no idea, but Fly Guy says Will Ferrell. I've never heard that song or heard of that song before. In some sense, all stars wander. But in another sense, no stars wander. Why? Well, because instead of the stars wandering across the sky, it's really our sky wandering beneath the stars. The movement of the stars is an illusion, 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 illusion. Lee Marvin and Paint Your Wagon. Because in that movie, he played the role of the president of a pioneer HOA. And frankly, the appearance of someone's wagon was not up to standard. The HOA got involved. They said, listen, you need to paint your fucking wagon. This is a nice neighborhood and you're making it look like trash around here. I'm as surprised as anybody that decided to make a movie about that, but they did. All right, so if I put you here, for example, do you still get adequate signal? Is it all pixelated or what? I could try moving it up higher. Okay, big pusher. So before I went to the store today, I took the gravel out of the car and I put it on my big pusher. So if I were a little bit lazier, I would have driven the gravel up there in a little car like I did last time. Because that was actually kind of heavy to push up. Half a cubic foot of rocks is pretty heavy. And that's 4 bags of half a cubic foot of rocks for a total of 2 cubic feet of rocks. So here's the mailman lady. I'll tell her that. We're going to put more gravel right now. Yeah, it's not all my man. Thank you. Thanks. Have a good day. Okay, so that was the mailman lady. I'm gonna try, but probably this is gonna connectivity here, but I'll try to put it here. We'll see if you guys can watch me. I need like a knife or something to open this bag, so I'm gonna go get a knife. Are you guys still connected even though you're way up here? I'm not sure. No, it's a mailman lady because her job is mailman, but she's a lady. Might be a lot too cold for just a t-shirt.
Okay, we'll see.
We don't. It's not that much work. It's just 4 bags of gravel. Hey, everybody! Look who's here. Hello. I don't feel very sure how exactly where it's for. Very bad of you. Start down there a bit.
You don't know how far you want to go?
I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
You're on there, motherfucker. Okay.
Right. You're welcome.
Thanks for your help in general.
Sure.
Okay, so well, I didn't need this shovel.
Yeah. And these?
Those are gonna go down by the garage.
Okay.
I'll put one of them by the front door, one of them on the deck, and one by the back door.
Okay. Oh yeah.
You guys get to ride on the big pusher. I've tried to ride the big pusher down the hill before, but it's a little bit of an out of control ride. Okay, now one of these trash cans I'm gonna put over here. And this trash can I'll put by the back door.
Okay. And this one?
That goes on the deck next to the trash can.
Okay.
Thanks,
You're
Ruben.
welcome.
And now it's time for me to enjoy a nice, refreshing cigarette. I've earned it, don't you think? Ruben may have earned it too, but I don't think he smokes cigarettes. So he just won't get to enjoy that reward, I guess. I won't either unless I find my cigarettes, which I presumably I have left inside the house. I want to get even more gravel though, to really gravel the fuck out of that spot, you know. I could get another 4 bags, pour it there, not feel even the slightest twinge of regret in doing so, I bet. I mean, I'm just predicting. It's hard to know how you'll feel about something until you've done it, but then by where I sat down, okay, sure. I have another pack in the car, I believe. Maybe another pack someplace else even. But the one I was looking for was by my chair in the living room. Whew! Well, that was a serious endeavor. A feat accomplished. A mission achieved. Medals of bravery for everyone all around. You guys took a risk too. You rode down the driveway on the big pusher. And that's not safe. Big pusher is for pushing, not for sitting on. Anyway, I really put the big pusher to the test today when I pushed on it 2 cubic feet of gravel. That was quite a heavy load for the big pusher. I was concerned maybe it was too heavy a load for the big pusher, but no. The pushing handle handled it no problem. The wheels and the platform handled it no problem. So good for the big pusher. But I still would say I would have been wise to drive it up there in the little car instead of using the big pusher. But nevertheless, a little extra exercise will come in. I have to say, even though the ending of the game, I mean, the whole game was very slow because it's a college football playoff semifinal game and it's the Rose Bowl. Like every chance they could take a commercial break, they do. Every play that they might review, they review it. And so like every single break is magnified by additional time for commercials and stuff. The ending of that game took forever. But Washington finally did win that game yesterday against Texas. I was very excited for that. I'm happy for Washington. I want Washington to beat Michigan in the national championship game. I was a little surprised, but not stunned, that Michigan beat Alabama. I picked Alabama, but I saw the game as kind of a toss-up. Based on watching both games, I actually think Michigan's likely to struggle more against Washington than Alabama, because Alabama's offense is pretty anemic. I get that Michigan's defense is stout, but it's like watching Washington throw all these bombs last night in this game. Penix Jr. just throwing dimes 70 yards down the field and shit, and their wide receivers just coming down with everything within any reasonable range of them is convincing to me that, I don't really care how good Michigan's defense is. Washington is the best offensive line in the country, and Penix is a beast. I don't think Michigan can stop them. I don't think Michigan's DBs are that good. Yeah, Michigan's got a good defensive line. Yeah, Michigan's stout against stopping the run, and they can pressure quarterbacks sufficiently that most quarterbacks haven't been able to throw much on them. Washington's a different kind of beast, man. They're two-headed main wide receiver pair, but you could toss in a third. Polk and Adunze are fucking beasts. But, Penix distributes the ball well. He hits all of his various receivers at some point. Tight end, third receiver, fourth receiver, hits the running back out of the backfield. So I feel pretty confident that Washington's going to beat Michigan. Now, sure, this is an area where my analysis can be suspect. I tend to overestimate the chances of teams that I want to win, their chances to win. But in this instance, I think I'm using a fairly objective calculus to say that Washington's got a good shot. I'm not even sure they should go in as underdogs. I think they probably should go in as like a 1.5 favorite, 3 points favorites maybe. I don't know. Instead, they're dogs by 5.5 in opening line. That's surprising to me. Washington, though, has gotten no respect all year long. It took them to get to 11-0 before they even cracked the top four. Now they sit at 14-0, poised for their first 15-win season ever, and their first undisputed national championship since before 1991. I don't know if ever. They shared a national title with Miami in 1991. That was back in the days of split polls, the coaches poll and the AP poll. All right, well, let me go someplace where I can read the chat without my glasses, since I, of course, don't seem to have them with me. Why don't you bring your glasses with you, Eric? That's a good idea, but a lot easier to say than to do. Glasses are the sort of thing that just gets put down. By whom? My hand, independently of my mind. I see things others have no clue about. Well, I mean, that area, stuff where there's broad misconception is my work site, more or less, you know. That's where I do my discursive work at a much higher rate in areas where people are generally well informed. People don't need my insight in those areas. It's like I was saying about police violence. I was a pulpit pounding evangelist of the problem of unaccountability in law enforcement agencies, about cops getting away with murder, etc., until the general populace caught on, at which point there's no need for me to pound the pulpit anymore. But, you know, when I say I work in that area, I mean I have specific advocacies that are specifically responsive to existent wrongnesses that are also specific. You probably correspond to ILI, Intuitive Logical Introvert, INTP. I'm pretty sure you're not an INTP, Fly Guy. No, Intuitive Logical Introvert would be INTJ. Sorry, INTJ. Okay, well, that's not impossible, but I don't, if I recall, you've not identified yourself as such before. Yeah, I gotta think through those socionics names, or I get it typed wrong. You know, if I were absolutely committed to being correct about everything all the time, I'd probably use socionics names rather than MBTI names, because at least socionics names don't get the judging and perceiving orientation wrong. For instance, in politics, people have a line of argument but usually miss some they fail to analyze deeper and see where there are internal inconsistencies and other factors which trump the ones being argued. Well, I mean, that's why you should always start with the framework, because what you're saying is sometimes people don't account for framework. That's definitely the case. It's a huge problem. I account for framework, but other people don't. So as long as you begin by establishing what the top level value is to uphold, right? And the only top level value that qualifies as a top level value is always justice, because it's the only value there can't be too much of. But you might argue under a different value, and then you need to win the prefer my framework argument, either that what's being argued has already passed the legitimacy test, or that it's not a normative issue, it's simply a prescriptive issue. So it's like these things that you say, that you see the bigger picture or whatever, it's important to remember that we don't need to endure in a state of confusion like that. We should agree first what value we're trying to uphold, and then test the things he would actually uphold that value. But if you're not defining that value clearly, stating that that's the value you're upholding, and then making statements that uphold across multiple values, then you're guilty of the thing you're saying you're the solution to, right? So just check to make sure you're not doing that. I see INFP males in the counseling community. I agree with that. They don't always speak INFP Myers-Briggs, but they often specialize in childhood trauma, such as that one, like French-Canadian doctor or whatever he is. Well, again, Coleman, remember that whatever insight you're talking about, if you want to attend to the frame problem that you referenced, you'll need to understand why you hold that to be insightful. Either because it upholds this value, it exclusively upholds this value, or upholds this value better than the alternative, or it upholds this value criterion because the value is not in any dispute, or it's not a normative matter. If you're not doing that, then you're not, your insights aren't meaningful because they aren't articulatable underneath a specifically named frame and understood frame. So I think what you're trying to say is, I can grok general notions, and for others to grok it, they'll need to do the same research I did, and I'm sort of assuming that maybe they're going to have the same intuitive leap that I made. But that's not seeing the big picture. That's failing to articulate what big picture you're operating under. I mean, insights that are unsubstantiated by anything either aren't the sort of thing that needs substantiation, they're simply resonant with people but not really informative, or they're the sort of thing that you can express clearly. That's why others don't need to do research and work to clarify, because it's your insight, right? What an insight is something that you can communicate clearly to others without them needing to do any work independent of your communication. So if you believe you have an insight, but believe others need to do the same work you did to have that insight, then you don't have an insight. You have a feeling that something's correct or something like that. I'm not sure what that is. I don't operate like that. Jack tends to frame everything in the "it is not" frame, and I don't quite enjoy that as much as an explanation of what it is, but especially the why, the theory of philosophy, and the info. Right, so what I do that's different than what any other typologists do is I establish what the frame is first. In other words, what is typology an attempt at? And we got to understand that that's the frame when we're talking about typology, rather than say some legitimacy frame or a prescriptive frame or a solvency frame or something else. So Coleman says, one insight I had about wars is that nearly every war is about money for a minority. Other reasons are always given, like ideology, defense, etc., but the root is always money. I know this isn't the deepest insight, but it's useful. Well, it's not an insight because it's false. It's factually false. So the war in Israel between the Israelis and the Palestinians is not about money. They hate each other. The Palestinians, because a terrible injustice was perpetrated upon what was once their country. And the Israelis, because the Palestinians refuse to acknowledge that it's no longer their country and to acknowledge that Israel is a legitimate nation state. Well, this is a war caused by hatred, right? Ultimately, hatred and injustice, not by money. If you're talking about, say, the war between the Hutus and the whatever in Africa, that was a war predicated on ethnic hatred. Serbia, Herzegovina, a war perpetrated on ethnic hatred. Yes, all wars require money and link to money in some sense, but Ukraine's defending its national sovereignty with force is a very different reason to go to war than Russia's desire to annex Ukraine. Well, it's not a good insight because money's not always at the root of a decision to go to war. That's simply false. Ultimately, the decision to go to war is only sometimes in the hands of one person, and there's a multiplicity of reasons why a given individual might support a given war effort. There's no reason to prioritize some people's reasons, like money, over other people's reasons, unless those people you're prioritizing are exclusive decision makers. No, NATO didn't cause the war at all. That would be Russia, right? NATO could have prevented the the invasion of Ukraine by admitting Ukraine to NATO prior to Russia's invasion, but they didn't. So NATO didn't cause that war, and that war may have initiated because of money. In other words, maybe just you could reduce it to Putin's greedy. But there are two sides to the war, and one clearly fails to validate your rule. So your rule does not comprise an insight, not a meaningful one that people should be informed by, because it's factually false. In general, it's always a bad idea. Not always, but almost always a bad idea to try to say everything's meow. And the reason is because when you're trying to create simpler, more easily metabolized representations of reality for yourself, that is indicative that you're not habituated, able, or whatever to metabolize a more nuanced understanding that's correct. So when you encounter this phenomenon in the future, instead of saying, I have an insight, say, oh, this is an instance of what Eric was talking about. Or instead of being insightful, I'm actually taking a nuanced, complicated reality and distilling it down into a falsehood because it's consistent with my overarching angle of interest. Namely, your angle of interest is against purported rich interests, corporate interests, I guess, solidified power bases of various sorts. So because you're framing ultimately through that bias of understanding, your purported insights, because you're not framed outside of that bias, are going to only validate against that bias and should not be therefore be deemed insightful, because you can't trust anything affirmed under that frame. It may validate against that frame, but that frame is not a frame that can be communicatively affirmed. Well, I love NI when it's used well, like any cognitive function, but it's especially true of your epistemological functions, things like TI, FI, SI, NI, those are your epistemological functions, that we are endowed as a species with introverted intuition because some kinds of things are best understood with objective intuition, holistically. And we're endowed additionally with introverted feeling because some sorts of things are optimally attended to via your own self-interest as a frame. We're endowed with introverted sensing because some kinds of things are best understood, adjudicated, determined the status of using our own experience. So if we need something that uses our own experience, but we're using our intuition, we're probably going to have something equivalent to an epistemological car crash. This is what happens, say, when Rachel hears a video saying INFJs are like, yeah, and this is how they struggle in relationships. And do we struggle in that way? When just referencing our own experience, we tell her we don't struggle at all. We have a wonderful relationship, And then some things require objective parsing. When we're communicating about things that require, they can only be dealt with communicatively. So we can deal with what we want to buy with just our SI and our FI. What I usually buy, what I'm familiar with buying, what I feel like buying, etc. And that's great because we're using the right kind of epistemological functions to determine an appropriate kind of decision. In contrast, when we're talking about a complex, multivariate, chaotic system like electoral politics, global politics, national politics, whatever you want to say, what I've learned over over many years of dealing with people is that, NI DOMs are less likely to wield it like an action function. Try to think that their introverted intuition is there to empower them to take action, or that the overarching frame is action. So NI DOMs may intuit various things, but they're less likely to convey those things as communicable insights because they understand the limits of introverted intuition. Yes, it's objectively intuiting. In other words, it's intuiting about the identity of things outside of oneself, but it's still intuiting holistically. And to the extent that something's fully communicable, it's reducible. It's not merely holistic. So, additionally, NIDOMs seem to understand well the limits of their capacity to communicate about things that they only intuit, and they generally seem to intuit pretty well about what kind of areas uh, are not well served by intuiting too much about. If you're an NI fourth person, for example, then you're likely to intuit a bunch of single cause stuff, cascading down from a single cause. Like ESTPs, ESFPs might both do this. They might both say, I'm going to know that some nefarious no good nicks are up to some nefarious no good, and infer that everything follows from that, But INFJs, INTJs, they're not action types. So they spend a lot more time listening and responding in sort of neutral ways. They're by nature not inclined to spend their time establishing objects. That's an SE-NE thing. You see it with Taylor establishing various objects, me establishing various objects. He's an SE DOM, I'm an NE DOM, but we're both action types. So whether it's communication or real world, we're going to default to an action frame. So no, I'm certainly not devaluing NI. I mean, I am married to an actual INFJ, and I value her intuition a great deal. In part because she has a nuanced relationship with her intuition that allows her to better understand than, say, an action type would what is appropriately intuited about. Maybe not when it comes to herself, but when it comes to externalities. It's also the case that INFJs kind of constitutionally want to manage the engagement and the perceptions of the other person. It's a higher priority than conveying their own opinion, in part because INFJs are introverts, in part because they understand the general rule, which is, in a context like this, it's wiser from a social perspective to say one or two things and have each of them be brilliant and impact there before people think about them than it is to say a bunch of things, even if most of them are brilliant. So, one of my major problems, I guess you could say, links directly to ignoring NI. I have myriad worthwhile, very insightful, powerfully informative things to say, but they get lost in the middle of these hours-long live streams. Nobody, except the people who are here, will ever hear them. They're just not distilled in a meaningful NI way, even if they resonate, the things I'm saying with NI as they do, because I'm parsing with TI, but I'm validating the external world, which includes the objects I put out there against NI. one element of NI ignoring, though, is I'm not validating through an NI frame overall. I'm validating parts that I've zoomed in on an NI frame. If they validate, I'm ignoring the positioning in the gallery on the wall part, right? Which is important. When people see something that's everything, they conclude that it's nothing. In talking with famous people, because it doesn't have a clear cut identity as a channel, it's not a current manifestation of it is it's almost exclusively a live streaming channel. But you flip back 3 months at a time, you'll see different manifestations of Eric and basically covering all possible manifestations of Eric. So like properly titled, it would be called Eric's Life and Ideas and Engagements and Work Product. Then that would be an accurate description of this channel. So that's NI ignoring. But NI fourth is likely to do something like, here's a holistic truth about something that can't be understood that way, first and foremost, and I don't care. Well, it's good to have some soup. Thank you, Rachel, for making me some soup. I don't know where you are. Sounds like someone's in the other shit. What's this?
Oh, Bill.
Typology, Sierra Via's Healthcare. What's that big envelope?
I don't know. It doesn't. I don't think it's anything important. It's just like
Mayo Clinic Health Letter. 3 surprising daytime habits that affect your sleep at night. I wonder if one of them is taking amphetamines. I find that is a daytime habit that can affect my sleeping late at night. Doctor, I think I'm having insomnia. Ever since I started smoking meth all day, I've been having trouble sleeping. It's like, look at this. Fake typed on a paper. Fake typing on a fake paper. This is definitely intended to be consumed by old people. Sorry, Mayo Clinic, I'm not that old.
no, you're a youngin.
Yeah. Well, no, Capcom man. If an overview is relevant, it's not an overview. It's framework level. So there's 3 levels of argumentation. There's meta framework, in other words, a critique of how you're communicating. I do a lot of critiques like that. There's framework, which is what your case level advocacy is going to link back to. So why are we doing your advocacy? Your framework might be prescriptive. It just says, my frame is fundamentally solvency. I'm going to identify a problem and explain how we can solve it. That kind of advocacy is necessarily subject to a legitimacy critique, namely a framework argument, right? Other things in framework include definitions, observations, in other words, axioms that you don't expect to be contested and shouldn't be contested, and either, depending on the kind of thing that's being debated, either topicality, some link to a plan, like a policy area, a value and value criterion, like an LD, or just an evaluation criterion. So I mean, when you say the aggregate is screwing the poor, even if some rich are kind, they are still profiting from exploitation. Well, I mean, isn't you expressing yourself on your iPhone or iPad or whatever it is you're using? Isn't that an example of you benefiting from exploitation then? If everybody who has a job and makes money is being exploited, then am I being exploited when I accept typing work? So when you say the screwing the poor, you're beginning with something that you're treating as an observation. So if you're going to use good thinking and good language and stuff, you'd say, okay, you're presenting that as an observation. The poor are getting screwed. But even if you wanted to present it by an observation, you'd have to say their poor are being screwed by whom, and it needs to be a specific agent, right? You can't operate intelligently about politics with these large groups and large axioms that aren't supported by anything and aren't even agent verb objects, right? If you don't have an actual agent doing something, if it's just a pretend boogeyman in your head, then you're just committing a reification fallacy, and that renders your argument as a whole invalid. No, I'm pointing out that you're presenting as an assumed observation that we shouldn't contest that the poor are getting screwed. But that would imply they're getting screwed by somebody specific, not by the system as a whole, which is not a sort of articulatable problem that we can solve. And it's called, caring a little bit. No, I'm saying by your reasoning then, if anybody who has any kind of wealth has benefited from the exploitation of a poor, then anybody who has any kind of work product, such as an iPad or whatever, has also benefited from exploitation of the poor, which is to say everybody has. So you're not making any point at all then. If your point is we assume the poor are being exploited without challenging that question, without asking whom, and that benefiting from profit, corporate activity, capitalism, or whatever is necessarily benefiting from that exploitation, then definitely is the case that you're benefiting from that exploitation as well. And everybody else is too. So in that case, since you're not drawing a distinction between a certain population and another population, we throw it out the window. No, Cone Man, you're not right. You're not even wrong. Okay? Because you don't use language in a way that stresses, if I were right, this test would falsify, this test would validate, because you just continue to presume your assumptions are correct. Your observations don't need to be challenged, even though they're facing explicit challenge. That's why you should not trust your own thinking on these matters at all, right? You don't know what you're doing. No offense, but you just don't. You talk like you do. You want to engage in these ideas with me, but you're not engaging in real ideas. At the end of the day, you're creating a boogeyman called the rich and a victim called the poor, and assuming that anybody who's in a state of poverty is there because they've been exploited. That's complete hogwash. It's not right. It's not even wrong. Which is, I disagree with that physicist about this point, but I get what he's saying. It's like a legitimate attempt to explain things can be wrong, but still be a totally legitimate attempt. It's just because it's explained things well, or tried to, we can determine that it's wrong. Great. They've done their job. We've done ours. If you're articulating something that you yourself don't want to have tested at all, in other words, there's no test that you want to run to see if your perspective is correct or not, well, then it doesn't matter how many tests I run on it. You'll continue to insist that you're correct. Like if I tell you apples are on sale for 50 cents a pound at the supermarket, and you say, I'm not sure I agree with you. Can you give me a test to determine if what you're saying is true or not? The test I'll give you is, you can go look at the supermarket and see for yourself that they're 50 cents a pound. That's a way that you can validate what I'm saying. If you don't provide any way, either implicitly or explicitly, that anybody can validate or falsify what you're saying, then you're not only not right, you're not even wrong, because you can't be right or wrong. You intentionally avoided that determination of things. So, but in my book, that makes you wronger than wrong, makes you double wrong, because it makes you an affront to process integrity. On things that are objective matters, when we're talking about the world, externalities, not talking about ourselves, then if we don't have, for the people we're talking to, an answer to the question, if I disagree with you, how can I determine if you're right or wrong? Then we are not communicating. We're just expressing ourselves. That's a waste of time if we're talking about politics, because people should not be expressing themselves in public policy. Ultimately, that's what's super offensive about the whole thing. It's like, you seem to believe you're communicating. You insist you are. You're insisting what you're communicating is insightful and should be validated in some way. But you provide neither explicitly nor implicitly any way to validate or falsify what you're saying. The point is, it's holistic, therefore it's right without withstanding any scrutiny. Even if it is right, we shouldn't treat it as though it were such, because you've not provided us a way to scrutinize it. That's just basically affording each person equal dignity, right? If you want your communication to be afforded equal dignity to the communication of people who are saying things, then say something. Say something that can be right or wrong. And provide the test, when asked. Like, building mythologies around public policy is an incredibly bad phenomenon. It's a politics of blame rather than either legitimacy or solvency. Legitimacy and solvency are both appropriate frames for public policy depending on the specific public policy and matter in question. But yeah, when instead of dealing with the complex, more or less chaotic, multivariate system called humans engaging with one another over matters of public policy, as such, unless you treat it as what it is, if you engage in this mythologization of monolithic entities or interests or factors being determinate on all matters, of everything that happens being intended, that basic default framework of basically a fundamental attribution fallacy, then you're definitely part of the problem. You're like what Teddy Roosevelt said. They have a word for people who complain without providing a solution: whining. So yeah, I don't think that whining is a good way to engage politically. You might call it also blaming my platypus. I've created a platypus called corporations, the rich, money, government, society, the gay agenda, whatever my platypus is, right? I've created a platypus, and I don't need to. My platypus gives me the superpower of not needing to think about things to know. I just get to know right away that that's bad because it's my platypus. And this is good because it's the opposite of my platypus. It's the anti-platypus that I also arbitrarily came up with that does not represent reality. So yeah, I'm definitely an opponent of platypusing, and my fundamental position is platypusing is destroying America because it's preventing us from talking to one another about specific things, Because instead of doing that, people are determining which team you're on. And if you're on the other team, they oppose you. So that's the unfortunate reality and impact of reinforcing platypussing. People who platypus love to talk about their horrible platypus and how horrible it is and how it's responsible for all these problems. And I'm never going to win that argument on a case level argument because their platypus is exactly what they describe their platypus to be. It doesn't link to anything in reality. There's not some group called the rich that can determine their intentions, whether or not they benefit from exploitation or not. It would depend entirely on how they got rich, right? So, like, let's say somebody got rich by investing in crypto at the right time, a long time ago or whatever. Whatever link you might make to exploitation is tenuous at best, right? If they invested in, say, Nike, and you established that Nike was making shoes and sweat factories in Bangladesh, you could then make the claim that some of their wealth was attributable to benefiting from exploitation. But you'd need to make specific claims like that, right? You can't just make that general claim and feel like you're doing some kind of work. That's disservice to every person. It's treasonous to the civil society that affords you the privilege to communicate all your bullshit. You know, it's ignorance. It's ignorance's ugliest face. Because unlike any specific ignorance, the ignorance of a lack of self-knowledge, when paired with a topic of public policy, it undermines the very foundation of a civil society, which is the ability of informed, intelligent people to engage in reasonable discourse that's meaningful, that's not just whining, that's not just platypusing. If you want to lay blame somewhere, you could lay blame at the feet of political parties who prioritize election outcomes over the good of the country. Yes, it might serve your party well in this election to spit groupist venom at your base, but it doesn't benefit the country. Sure, I'd be well served to stay a bunch of Cone Man style bullshit if I just wanted to appeal to, a left-leaning base or something, but I have to be dishonest or wrong to do that. So we shouldn't elect people who are dishonest or wrong, obviously. I mean, I'm not evading what you say. I address what you say directly. I point out that your simplistic reductions to boogeyman's groups informs us not at all, and that it comprises just whining. Do you have any solutions? What's your solution to this problem that you articulate? I'm not using anything to not see a bigger picture. I'm seeing the biggest picture, process integrity. You're ignoring that and focusing only on the outcomes you want. You don't have any advocacies. You just have whining about boogeymen to blame. Well, I mean, the thing is, you've not made any actual advocacies that solve problems, right? I've at least negated your bullshit. I've not necessarily provided an alternate path, but I don't need to do that. I'm doing God's work by negating your bullshit. No, I don't. How fucking dare you, Cone Man? I'm timing you out for that shit. Nobody ever dare say that to me. That is the most offensive thing anybody could possibly say to me. I do not argue to win arguments. Never, ever, ever, ever. Okay? I am not subjective like that. Yeah, Schlong is right. You're confusing bigger picture with your own definition of what you intuitively grok as so. Um, my point is that we can't operate on premises that you intuitively grok. You know, they need to be established in some fucking way. But regardless, if I'm wrong, all anybody needs to do is point it out in a communicably effective way, and I will admit I'm wrong and immediately reconsider my position on the matter. I am attached to nothing but being correct. Cone Man, the reality is nothing you've said has corrected me about anything, nor have you articulated anything that helps the world at all. You've merely articulated that these monolithic groups that don't exist, and certainly not unified in their interests or perspectives, um, that we ought to reduce a more nuanced reality that can't be understood more simplistically into something more simplistic that you can understand. No, that's not okay. And most importantly, it's not okay to say that that you've indicated to me something that I need to be corrected on, and I failed to acknowledge that. Never, ever, ever will I allow that to happen. Okay? If you are right and you correct me in a meaningful way, as this is true for everybody, I will acknowledge that and update my perception on things. That's the one thing you cannot do. Do not ever accuse me of not evaluating things objectively or prioritizing the fact that I want to win an argument over the truth. I'm not a fucking scumbag. You know, you might as well just say, you're a fucking scumbag, Eric. I'm not a fucking scumbag. I understand that I have superior abilities to argue and therefore never, ever, ever do that. I can think of one time and it really pissed somebody off too. I was just playing around. We were arguing about whether or not the nuclear bomb should have been dropped on Tokyo versus Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And because I wasn't taking the argument seriously, I just thought it was just a lark, you know. I did in that particular instance. It was several years ago, a couple years ago at least. I played dissembler for a second, and it really bothered the person I was talking to, you know, understandably, because he was taking it more seriously than I was. I mean, Cone Man is good at eliciting responses from me, but anybody can be good at that by saying totally wrong things about a variety of subjects. I'm not sure that's a skill so much as it is an unfortunate accident correlating strongly with wrongness. I just put him on timeout for 5 minutes. I don't know. That was the default one. I didn't change it. Maybe I should have put 3 minutes, but you know, I want to drive home the point that you can point out how I'm wrong all fucking day long. I will not be upset at all. If you are correct, I will agree with you wholeheartedly and thank you for correcting me. But you cannot accuse me of arguing when I'm arguing because I don't want to lose the argument. I don't believe in that kind of childlike adversarial engagement with discourse. Maybe I did when I was in high school and a debater or something, but I'm a grown man now, and I respect that what we're talking about is too important for frivolities like me demonstrating to myself for the billionth time that my sword skills are better than somebody else's. Yeah, I can slash all comers. I'm the fastest gun in the West. I could dice and slice anybody no matter how correct they are. But I never do. I don't dice and slice correctness. I reward it with appreciation. I take no particular satisfaction in being the fastest gun in the West. You know, it's like you get a lot of people who want to come. You get a lot of kids roll into town and say they want to gunfight you, somehow unaware that they're just signing their own death certificate. And you don't really want to just continually mow down teenagers in the street, right? But you've got little choice when they pull a gun on you. It's like if arguing were shooting guns and killing people, I'd be John Wick. Everybody continually misses me for some reason. I get like one shot in the arm per movie, and somehow just never miss myself. But the point is, as with John Wick, I don't want to go around killing all these people. They keep stealing my car and my dog and killing my dog and then avoiding accountability. The thing is, if you are John Wick and you're not in a situation where people are constantly killing your dog and stealing your car, and I'm not in that context, then you cease to be interested in proving to people after 4 movies that you're better at shooting than other people. You've established it adequately to your own satisfaction through years of zero-sum proving, which is the most reliable proving of all. Obviously, at this point in my life, if I'm having to open fire, it's not because I want to show off my shooting skills. Because, you know, there's a dangerous enemy encroaching on the town. That enemy is called wrongness. It moves powered by the heartbeat of ignorance. It's a creature with no head, no brain. It thrashes around with wildly overwrought generalities. The corporations, the poor, general. It whines so loud that it causes the town folks' heads to implode. So the sound's coming from all directions, so it just pushes it all in, you know. So, no head, tosses phone, jumps on skateboard. Cloud arrived a few years ago. He's from somewhere Slavic, and he triggered everyone and eventually turned nasty and was mad. Yes, you can make all the points you want, Command 3. You just can't say that the reason you're not winning this argument is because I'm being duplicitous or dissembling in some way or subjective in my decision of what arguments to argue. I am responding to what you say because what you say deserves this negation. It is not, and the fact that you aren't winning the argument is not because I'm a better arguer or arguing unfairly. It's because you're wrong, and wrong people have always a steeper rhetorical slope to climb. I mean, you wouldn't, if I wanted to be dissembling, I could, but frankly, at this point, I don't even know if I could. It's so not my style. It's so habituated. I did take it personally because it's the equivalent of you saying I'm a thief, you know, or a rapist or something. I'm not guilty of that sin, so I'm going to defend myself. I may be guilty of lots of things, but I'm not guilty of that. And anybody who's accused of a crime they didn't commit should be appropriately outraged by it, should take it personally. After all, it's the worst kind of personal attack. A defamatory lie about somebody's character. If you want me to perceive it as something other than a defamatory lie, give me an example. No, that statement is not in general either right or wrong, because the rich don't comprise a monolithic group, nor do the poor. There have been plenty of times in my life when I was poor, but not being exploited by anybody. I was poor because I had been unemployed. My unemployment ran out. It took me a little while to get a job again. I wasn't being exploited by anybody, but I certainly was poor. And it's not the case that poverty always ensues from exploitation. Certainly, it's not the case that people who are wealthy and perhaps running businesses and hiring people are necessarily exploiting them. So your generality about the poor getting screwed in some fashion is offensive to the poor, offensive to the rich, offensive to every individual who's impacted by your generality, because you're trying to take away their agency and replace it with your intuitive notion. Right, and so we always do a disservice when we try to distinguish between groups and treat them differently. Everyone deserves equal protection under the law, and everyone deserves our benefit of the doubt regarding their own agency and accountability. So when I was poor, I definitely did not want somebody telling other people that because I was poor, I was more likely to have been exploited by the rich. After all, I may have been poor then, but I had a goal of being rich someday, maybe, right? I'm not sure I did, but let's say I did. I wouldn't want to make a general rule about wealth necessarily being exploitative, because after all, I'd like to get wealthy. Maybe I've got strong moral standards that only allow me to get wealthy in certain ways, so I'll limit myself to those ways. Maybe I've got a clear understanding of what comprises exploitation, and I won't engage that. Any number of possibilities. When you try to say something about women that's insulting, you run the risk of insulting every individual woman or any individual woman who doesn't identify with the thing you're attributing to women. Same thing with poor people, rich people, etc. You have to respect each individual person's agency and treat everyone the same under the law. That's the only fair way, and that's a value we can all get behind. Equal protection under the law is a value we all should uphold and believe ought to be upheld, right? So the challenge then is sometimes people don't recognize that they can't uphold whatever value they're trying to uphold without failing to uphold a higher value. If you can't attain what you're advocating, and I'm not sure you're advocating anything, but you can't attain it without upholding, say, a value of justice, then you ought not be empowered to attain it. It means you'd have to be attaining it illegitimately. Why are you assuming that the large part of the wealth of the rich depends on the poor? Why aren't you framing it the other way? A large part of the wealth of the poor depends on the rich. Why are you framing some portion of wealth as dependent on another portion? What's your definition of wealth? If you don't already have a good definition of wealth before making that statement, then you went wrong a long time ago, right? Since you don't have a clear definition of wealth, and you don't know what wealth is, you don't know where it comes from, or anything like that, then what in the world makes you think you could possibly have anything meaningful to say about it? Because what you say there is, what you say, if we assume, we can't assume that because it's factually false and or meaningless. What do you define wealth as? Where do you think it comes from? How do you think people gather wealth or fail to do so or whatever? How do you think that happens? What do you think wealth represents? Discussing whether the rich are disproportionately becoming or not is an opinion. Disproportionately becoming what? Rich? What you did before, which was wrong, was asking me what I was going to propose to do about it. That's a separate issue. I mean, my point is, okay, you're right about that in that we can affirm or negate the truth of a given statement, right? But when I said that, I was linking to my Teddy Roosevelt quote that complaining slash blaming without proposing a solution comprises whining. If complaining and blaming comprise the almost the entirety of your advocacy, then you should question to yourself whether you're engaged in this topic for the right reasons. I'm not saying that it's not possible to affirm the truth or falsehood of a statement without linking to utility. It absolutely is. And I've already negated your statements as meaningless because it's like your statement about wealth. What is your definition of wealth? The thing is, I have a lot of concerns or a lot of questions about the Fed. I don't know exactly what I would do about it, but what my thinking is, and I've yet to hear anybody give me a good reason why it's not done like this, is that there's no reason for the Fed to be infusing currency into the economy through the banks. Why not simply infuse it directly to the population, splitting it into equal portions for every person? Uh, it's still unfair in that the wealth distributed will not be proportional in keeping to the amount of new wealth created. In other words, if you don't do anything in a year, you'll still get that equal portion to somebody who does a lot of work in a year. But I don't see why infusing the money into the economy directly to the individual citizens would have any more or less an inflationary impact than having the banks lend it out. There is this balancing or economic indicator thing called interest rates, which is used for a lot of stuff. So operationally, you might run afoul of problems getting rid of the direct linkage between that and currency infusion. But I'd need to, before I took any action on the Fed, I need to talk to people who are specialists and experts on in the Fed. I need to give multiple parties a good opportunity to make the case as to why things are the way they are and not some other way. And I could be convinced to leave it the way it is. In the status quo, I've not heard any good arguments to explain why it is that way. Not any of them. Yes, you can discuss an issue without a solution, but you can't discuss wealth without defining it, not meaningfully. Okay, so if we want to communicate, we need to operationally define our terms, which means how you define wealth, then I get to use it in that definitional frame to point out contradictions of what you're saying, etc. If you refuse to define it, then not only are you not right, you're not even wrong, right? Because to falsify what you're saying, you need to provide a definition for things that we can both use. Obvious is not a definition we can both use. If you're trying to make points about something, you need to define what you mean when you use it in a way that allows me to use it in the same way to do different work. If you won't do that, then you aren't trying to communicate, you're just expressing what you feel. If it's so obvious, what about wealth makes it obvious that the poor's wealth is dependent on the rich or the rich's wealth is dependent on the poor and not the other way around? What makes it so obvious? No, this isn't a debate of anything. I asked you to define a term. You refused to do so. So, in other words, because you don't want to be falsified, you won't define anything. That's horrible. I mean, that's probably a fact fly guy. It may or may not comprise complaining, depending on if it began with something like, I don't like the fact that, then it would comprise complaining. Wealth is financial power. Wealth is economic value the person controls. No, wealth is first existent metaphysically as beholdens. So if I do meaningful work for you, then presumably you're beholden to either do equivalent work for me or in some way compensate me. So wealth, unlike most things that have a tangible manifestation in the world, wealth is first and foremost a metaphysical quality that's created whenever anyone does meaningful work for another person. So the reason why we don't have inflation, even though the Federal Reserve is constantly infusing new currency into the economy, is because they need to keep that currency infusion going to keep up with the amount of total new wealth generated by the amount of work done in the country. So in other words, I just gave you a good metric to understand why my definition of wealth is correct. If my definition of wealth is correct, then what we'd see in reality is an infusion of more currency into an economy without a corresponding inflation. We see that in the status quo and in throughout America's history and various nation states' histories that, in fact, there needs to be an infusion of new currency to prevent deflation. That means the amount of total represented wealth, namely currency, digital or physical, if left unchanged, each currency unit becomes increasingly valuable. We need an explanation for that reality. The explanation I provide is correct and explains it correctly. Okay. So the thing is, if we're talking about now, note, Coleman, what you've done in terms of talking about wealth. Now let's note an alternative to that approach that's actually meaningful and powerful and useful. So that boy Klaus says, what would you have? Would you have any suggestions for the Fed as president? I know that's not within your purview, but would you make a statement? I mean, I'm not entirely sure the Federal Reserve isn't subject to some sort of executive branch fiddling, but I really don't know the answer to that question. But so let's say that boy Klaus, instead of saying, instead of asking the question he asked, he simply asked this: explain wealth as a phenomenon given how the Federal Reserve operates, highlighting the Federal Reserve's role and explaining what wealth is. If wealth is really what you say is, Eric, then explain the Federal Reserve. So that's a meaningful engagement with the topic of wealth, right? Linking it to the Federal Reserve, and it helps us to understand what wealth actually is, and helps us to understand how we need to evaluate the term wealth, because while it's true that people have at any given moment varying degrees of wealth, it's also true that wealth exists first as a non-fungible thing. Well, no, we're getting a great deal of places, Coleman 3, in that, for example, you just learned what wealth is, how the Federal Reserve works, why infusion of more currency into the economy, which they call quantitative easing, doesn't produce inflation. You didn't know any of this stuff before. So if you listened, heard me, and learned something, then it was very well spent time. If you refuse to hear me, refuse to engage the possibility that your half-assery is not adequate to the topic, then nothing I can do about it. But don't fool yourself, girl. It's going right up your poop chute. And that's fair. That's only fair, just, and right, and true. Wealth exists. Like, yeah, I'm talking down to him. It's not a good look. How else am I supposed to talk to him? Like, what is wealth? Oh, it's obvious. It's economic value. What the fuck does that mean? It's avoiding providing any kind of meaningful definition. It's like defining things in the absence of the question, what should a definition do, or what would it mean to define something, or why do we even need definitions? From Coleman's perspective, we don't even need any definitions to do communicative work. And, it's like, at that point, how can I be anything but condescending? And also, it is personally triggering to me in this instance because it reminds me of some bullshit Corey said. I was like, well, what do you mean by that term? He says, everyone knows what I mean. Everyone knows what it means. It's obvious. Well, the point is, I plan to dispute what you're saying, but before I can, I need to know specifically what you mean by the term. Or I refuse to tell you what I mean by the term so that I can't dispute it, right? Obviously, I don't like that. It's insulting to all of us. You don't need to know what I mean, but I'm still going to suggest you agree with me. We should all be offended by that. We owe it to each other to police what can only be policed socially. You know, I've never advocated for any kind of legislation preventing cone man from expressing himself. The reason I wouldn't advocate for such is because I am consistent in which value I want to uphold and understand the linkages. But I also recognize that we have to do something about Dunning-Kruger when it comes to shit that matters a lot. I don't know how else to respond to it. What could I possibly say that would be both honest and kind and uphold justice and respect process integrity and be socially graceful and all that shit you want? Sometimes you gotta sacrifice some things to be some things. If you're authentically committed to justice, process integrity, the truth, sustainably defensible positions, sustainable defensible positions, and a strict disinterested calculus, because you're doing God's work, the difficult work that most people can't do of being correct about shit that requires, a rather stout intellect to be correct about, either by practice, experience, nature, or some combination of the above. You can't authentically be that person and concurrently not find sort of assertively affirmative Dunning-Kruger manifestations as anything but frustrating, annoying, or whatever, deserving of some kind of response. If I were faking my commitment to the truth, then it would be easy for me to behave as though I weren't committed to it, behave as though it weren't an absolute value for me, but I am authentically committed to the truth. I authentically find my disinterest precious. I authentically believe that my robust and disinterested calculus of things affords everybody the opportunity to be correct, not wrong, less wrong, whatever. And that we all benefit when we make decisions predicated on good reasoning and correctness, and we all suffer when we make decisions predicated on poor reasoning and incorrectness. I believe that imprecise language engaging political policy is the most reckless behavior a citizen can engage in. I believe in a civil society. And civil society is predicated on each individual respecting the equal autonomy of their fellow, you know? In part, that boils down to trying to engage in some real metacognition that says, okay, where am I actually objectively, comparatively skilled, talented, qualified, whatever, and where am I not qualified? There are plenty of ESTJs, for example, in the world who will tell you this kind of shit. You know, I used to be like you. I used to be much like you. But I figured out how to get around it, and I began applying this approach, and it's worked. If I can do it, you can do it. They're just projecting their TE bullshit, right? That's an example of where they need to recognize that their deficit area is understanding the holistic oneness of things, right? Like, so I'm a different person than you. What works for you is not necessarily going to work for me. TESI doesn't get that. They think their experience generalizes out to everything. And so the problem isn't that they do that. It's that they don't know that they do that. They have a lack of self-awareness. And that self-awareness, the lack of self-awareness, unfortunately for them, is sort of constitutionally ingrained because they're NI-polar. Still, one imagines a universe in which children are all informed at an adequately young age regarding the reality that it's unfair of the world, society, whatever, to expect anyone to uphold all these different values. That each of us is configured to be well attentionally designed to engage with some kinds of things and in certain kinds of ways. And that we are very well served to try to have our situations match our actual attentional habits. The world would be incredibly well served if everybody got that lesson. But only some people would meaningfully apply all the potentiality from that lesson. Though I believe all people would benefit somewhat from having the right frame of reference to begin with regarding the self and others, you know? If people understood that I'm both bad at this and I'm kind of blind to it, so I'm so bad at it, I'm not going to recognize my failures in that area even as failures. I'm going to think, well, not using that kind of attention is always the right thing to do. Like maybe an FI polar. At some point in this live stream, somebody said, "Here's your FI polar for you right there." And I think I probably dismissed it as that's not FI polar. If somebody else identified it as such and they're better at FI, it probably was FI polar. People tend to misidentify problems linking to their polar slot as linking to something else. So for me, for a long time before I understood cognitive functions, if I had an emotion like sadness or something, I guess I'm tired. Maybe I'm hungry. I'm not sure. And that was intentionally configured into me as far as I can tell from birth. You can see the FI polar occurring when I was a very small child, when my parents were watching that war thing, and obviously it must have upset me, but I said to my parents, "This program is not appropriate for little boys," and I took my toys and left. My mom loved that story; she told it over and over again. But what it's revelatory about is FI polar. In that context, the right kind of attention for that was attention to my own feelings. This makes me sad or scared would have been the correct thing to say. But because I'm that blind to my own feelings, I framed it as an FE problem. This program's not appropriate for little boys. You shouldn't be letting me watch this. People are going to judge. It's a powerful example that's illustrative of how locked into our polars we are in terms of misapprehension of what's going on, even from birth. We're close to it, you know. That story is also sort of revelatory about how I was an NE dom early on. I must have been like 3 years old or something when I expressed myself in that fashion. And I still express myself in that kind of um, communicative fashion. I was communicating something very specific to my parents and communicated it very well, even though I was very young. It's completely consistent with NETIFE. Something's kicking me in my FI. Instead of using that deliberative function, which I essentially have no conscious access to because it's bipolar, I kick it down to a non-deliberative function because my TI can't deliberate it adequately. There's nothing unfair happening here. Nobody's saying anything that's wrong or needs correction, but there's something going on. I'm in some kind of distress. Well, I guess it must be FE, conscious function. If failing that, it's SI, I guess. So the thing is, I get it. It's hard for, and this is me demonstrating some actual FI here for a moment. I get it. It's very hard to even recognize our blind spot as a disability, but that's very much what it is. It's a disability kind of like BPD in that the patient it's a very big challenge to get the patient to acknowledge the diagnosis is correct. And part of the reason for that is it's not even exactly painful when you learn the fact that this is your polar or whatever. You're so blind to it that even when you abstractly understand that there's something missing there and that you misdiagnose certain attentional instances as this and that, even when you have the full map like I have to understand things, you still end up doing it. You're still unavoidably blind, and you still don't end up really valuing consciously paying attention via that function in any specific context. So I get how hard it is when a given thing kicks you in your polar. What I would say is what this channel, the polar this channel is most likely to kick somebody in. In other words, somebody with polar is most likely to feel kicked when they come in here or actually get kicked is TI polar. So granted, that's just a correlation. I think it's fair to say that there have been plenty of instances in the past in which the strength of this correlation is upheld such that there's the most overt headbutting and disagreement between me and TI polar because I'm using my tool function TI, and that's I'm asking everybody fundamentally to move into that frame of reference as well. It's appropriate to ask that when talking about these sorts of things because they need to be adjudicated by a TI. But it's also completely understandable, almost inevitable, that TI polar is both not going to see that they're TI polar, not really going to understand where and when TI is exercising jurisdiction it ought to have. It's going to misperceive TI exercising that jurisdiction no matter how legitimately exercised. Exercising power within that jurisdiction, I should say. It's going to view that as an overreach, even when it's not. Sure, TI has plenty of overreach, but TI polar is going to understand it as overreaching, even when it's not. So if we're talking about something like wealth, we definitely need a TI functional definition to meaningfully discuss the topic. And like economic value is not a definition you can do anything with. The meaning is obvious, is just indicating I prefer to not engage any topic with TI scrutiny, no matter how jurisdictionally appropriate TI's powers, exercising the powers might be in a given context. But that's just musing. I'm musing and fusing. Rachel and I have come to believe that two people who are 8 can be difficult because they both fight openly and willingly. Yeah, I do think that. Well, that's true, Cone Man 3. Most people don't use language to rigorously communicate. So there's not really any reason for them that links to them personally, for them to understand how to do so. Just as most people don't know how to perform brain surgery. There's no reason for them to learn it because they're not performing brain surgery. The big difference is opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one, regardless of whether it's justified by anything. So, unfortunately, we sort of sent a lot of mixed messages to our children over the years. One of them, unfortunately, conveys that it's valuable for everybody to express their opinions about everything, and that sort of everyone's opinion's equally valid. There's been sort of feeble attempts to teach critical thinking, distinguishing between opinions and facts, but that's a false distinction anyway, and et cetera. It's a complete failure to articulate that you kind of need an operationally closed system so that every term links back to its definition and every impacting links back to the framework. In other words, you can't take advantage of watching basketball players play in a basketball game to make a determination about which basketball player is best without having them play a basketball game. And you can't have them play a basketball game without having them play according to the rules. So arguments are like players in a basketball game. You're like a talent scout, okay? When we're talking about something that is which basketball player is best here, which basketball player do we want to pick for our team, then we can't just say, well, everybody play around with basketballs on the court, ignoring all the rules, and I'll watch and figure out who's best there. So you've got people not dribbling at all, some people just throwing the ball to themselves, grabbing it and claiming they've gotten a rebound, etc. You're never going to figure out who's the best basketball player that way. So you have to actually play a game. And to play a fair game, so that you get a meaningful evaluation of the various basketball players, you have to have them play according to the rules. Sure, basketball isn't life. Not everything in life needs to be done by playing a game of basketball. But philosophy, politics, and stuff is, when done correctly and well and responsibly, is a battle between competing ideas. If you don't allow those competing ideas to compete fairly against one another on a level playing field, that means each idea has operational definitions that the other people can use. So they're all playing by the same rules, right? If you don't have that, then you disallow the better idea from winning. You're trying to say, I know which is the best. You're basically saying, well, my kid is the best basketball player, so I want to cheat as much as I can so that my kid gets picked. What I'm saying is, look, politics is too important for your cheating. Let's instead actually let all the ideas compete on a level playing field. That means everybody being willing to define things operationally and for their arguments to link back to their definitions and to their framework, right? That way, everyone's playing by the rules. We can all understand what everything's doing in the basketball game, and the ideas can compete fairly against one another without a biased referee already determining which idea is best before they even compete, right? So that's what I oppose is that kind of nonsense where I don't need to see the ideas actually compete against one another to determine which is correct. I can just intuit which basketball player I want to pick and just say it's the best basketball player without him ever having to display his skills. That's what you're trying to do. And because it's fundamentally bad for process integrity for us to pretend to ourselves that we can know what the best idea is without actually having to play any games, right? That's why I find it so offensive. And I think we can all agree that I should find it so offensive because it is so offensive. You can yell all day long, entreat, put signs, advertise, whatever, that Joe's the best basketball player and that therefore we shouldn't need him to actually demonstrate his skills in a game. I will never be convinced by that, right? There's no reason to trust your intuition over the ideas actually succeeding against interested competition, right? And if you're saying that your intuition ought to be preferred by everybody over the winning idea in a fair competition of ideas, then boy, talk about hubris, right? Someone said, as I get older, I pay less attention to what someone says and more to what they do. That person was not me. As I get older, I pay the same amount of attention to what people say, except I parse it even more correctly and ever more correctly. I recognize more and more how words and ideas are vastly more important. They matter, whereas actions ensue from communications or entail disaster, usually, if it's public considerations. So I've come to recognize that how we say things, how we parse things, how we make determinations about statuses with language, how we justify things, whether or not we expect things to be properly justified, these are the foundational questions on whether or not we can preserve a civil society. It's predicated on using language well, not on doing things. That's for sure.
What a beauty.
All of our mistakes are doing things without adequate deliberation / justification / legitimacy. From Japanese internment camps to COVID lockdowns to cops shooting black people, it all boils down to the same thing. It's a failure to use words well. So with cops shooting black people, this whole idea that they could get away with it because as long as they could establish they had a reasonable fear for their life, it didn't matter any of the specifics. That runs afoul of all the understandings we have of what comprises self-defense. That's not how self-defense ought to be articulated. And so essentially we had cops, and still do have cops, being judged for their behavior on the job as under a different set of laws than a regular citizen would ever be judged. And that is not acceptable, right? So the problem we had was that narrative was broadly unchallenged, that it was okay for cops to be judged differently based on what things they did on the job. But that notion directly ran afoul of a civil rights law that traces back all the way to just after Civil War, which affords every individual citizen the explicit right to sue any government official for a civil rights violation under color of duty. So a disrespect for the language of both the law and what comprises the principle of equal protection under the law, a disregard for that law and judicial activism that stated, well, we're just going to make up and pretend that this is what was intended by the law, make up it and make part of case law, judicial absolute immunity, prosecutorial most immunity, and cops qualified immunity. We're going to just make up these new categories of thing to excuse these populations of people from what the law directly and explicitly says, and then pretend that it's our interpretation of the law. Well, that's So, so where did, why, what do we have to blame cops killing people? A Supreme Court that ignored the language of the law and carved out in case law exemptions for themselves, prosecutors, and cops. A disregard for the process of language. You might say the problem is cops are shooting black people. No, the problem is the courts didn't do their fucking job. They made some shit up and said they're interpreting the law to mean that. So where's the problem? Is it in the doing? No, it's in the language. You can't call who kooks. Who's Jungkook? What show is Jungkook from? I'm not uncalm. I don't feel unloved. Yeah, a disregard for, well, yeah, a prioritization of outcomes, impacts that you want over respecting process integrity. If the courts didn't like that law, they should have struck it down as unconstitutional in some fashion if they could find a good justification for that. But if they can't strike it down as unconstitutional, they are obligated to obey the law, not interpret it to their satisfaction. I never found you to be a super calm, chill dude. I'm not a super chill, calm dude. But I mean, I guess no matter what, if I'm expressing somewhat optimally, I'm not a particularly chill, calm dude. I get enthusiastic about things, excited about things. I like to have fun. I also get angry about things and then, switch emotions 5 seconds later. It's just, I'm not, chill and calm is not me at my best. Me healthy, happy, and optimally functioning is something more specific than that all the time. Either sleepy, resty, want to go to bed, which you might call chill and calm, but is really just like SI needing, or interested or excited about something, or maybe upset or angry about something. I don't worry about my feelings that much because they pass quickly. If I'm still mad about something later, then somebody really said something dumb. That's what happened yesterday when Jen Zaniel said he doesn't like the word entitlements because people who oppose entitlement programs use the word, and he believes it poisons the well in some way because maybe and this is speculation, but maybe because that person feels so entitled is the use of the word entitled with a negative connotation, and I don't know. But the point is, that's the correct name for it. So why would you object to anybody using the correct name for it, regardless of which side they're advocating? You have to make sure you're talking about the same thing, whether you're affirming or negating an entitlement program. If you choose to call it by a name other than what it is, then you just have to define that new name as entitlement program. So what are you trying to do? Banish the word from the name for it because it's come to have negative connotations? It's ridiculous. That's just the highway to Orwellian doublespeak. No, I say. Oh, you don't ever have to apologize for my emotions, Cone Man. You are not responsible for my emotions. It's possible for somebody to come in purely attempting to attack FI, like Cucky Weakness and Bride of Cucky. They purposely try to communicate things, the sole purpose of which was to hurt Rachel's feelings to get at me. Because it's hard to hurt my feelings, and they could tell that, right? Like, you're not going to hurt my feelings at all by disagreeing with me, being wrong, or whatever. You might make me mad. You might make me roll my eyes. You might make me bang my head against the wall or refuse to, but you won't hurt my feelings. You won't hurt my feelings from insulting my physical parents. You won't hurt my feelings from basically, there's very little you can do to hurt my feelings. Whatever there is to say bad about me, hopefully I'm out in front of it and I've already claimed that claim for myself many times over. I like to stay ahead of my faults and failures so that nobody is ahead of me in calling me out on shit. Okay, well, anytime we debate about any resolution, affirmation, any statement that we're saying ought to be affirmed, if we're saying we ought to treat it as though it were true. Granted, we don't debate things about which there is almost universal consensus very often. Strangely, in the contemporary milieu, it appears we do debate flat Earth, which, like 30 years ago, I think most people would have said that's one of those things that you don't debate because almost nobody is silly enough to think the Earth is flat. So I scratch my neck when I'm frustrated. I may go like this. I don't know if it's scratching it. I may rub my neck. I know I have this one. Like, oh God. What am I going to do with this mess in front of me? Oh, a mess. These people are making a big mess ideationally. I have to clean it up with my negationary sweeping thing. Felicity said he's a flat earther. Like, why is he a flat earther? Like, how thick is the earth if it's flat? Is it super flat? Like 1 millimeter thick? No, I definitely don't need a hug. If you feel as though I experienced this live stream as bruising, you are not understanding me very well. I do experience some live streams as bruising, but as I said, those are most likely to be live streams in which somebody attacks Rachel. I will get genuinely offended if somebody accuses me of continuing to disagree with them because I want to win the argument. It's terribly offensive. But it doesn't hurt my feelings. I feel righteous indignation. You kind of have to have a particular relationship to me to be able to hurt my feelings. Like my daughter can hurt my feelings. Rachel can hurt my feelings. They both have the power to do so. Maybe Cameron or Corey can hurt my feelings. Dave Porter could, but doesn't. Cameron doesn't either. I'm not saying Rachel or Delilah do, but people I know that I've known for a long time that are close to me, good friends, whatever, they have the ability to hurt my feelings because I invest certain kinds of expectations in them. But some persons on the internet, I don't think they can really hurt my feelings. The only way they can do it is to really upset me is to attack Rachel and hurt her feelings. Which topic causes most silly pushback frustration? I would say politics. Evolution, evolution is less frustrating because it's not a framework failure. We both agree that we'd like to have speciation, whatever, the varying species. We'd like to have why there are those varying species, where they came from, whatever. We'd like to have a good explanation for that. All parties are in agreement about that. The only thing that's in a disagreement is whether or not we currently have one. So I don't have to argue the battle that whether or not we should have an explanation. With politics, it's much more frustrating because people have political opinions, you might call them. They say they believe they are stating and holding positions, but they're not really. They're just having this holistic kind of, causality framework that doesn't view political phenomena first and foremost as emergent phenomena from a chaotic system, but rather as intended outcomes purposed by certain parties. There's a tendency in this kind of political thinking that I'm referring to for people to engage in most of all, to engage in a reification fallacy, to blame something on something that doesn't have any agency, like the system, the elites, the globalists, the rich, things like that. So those purported groups that don't even self-identify as groups, like at least if you say the Boy Scouts, you're talking about an actual group of people, and you can determine whether a given individual has an affiliation with the Boy Scouts. At least if you're talking about Democrats and Republicans, you're talking about specific groups of people. The problem really then emerges when we talk about demographics that you can draw a circle around, but that aren't chosen affiliations. So it's possible to draw a circle around all people who report an income of over dollars a year and call them the rich. But that's not informative at all, because the individuals, you have no idea about whether they identify as a member of this group, nor if they do identify as a member of that group, what they think identification with that group means. There's no limit on their agency that's determined by their affiliation with that group, nor any necessitated duties affiliated by their associated with that affiliation with that group. And so, in other words, it can't possibly meaningfully tell us anything about the individual constituents of that group, because you can't determine that the individual constituents of that group even identify as members of that group. Teal Swan says help and healing is here. Because first of all, you need help. Second of all, you need to heal.
Yeah, and
because you're doing it wrong and you're traumatized.
Basically, yeah.
Teal Swan, you're doing it wrong and you're a fucking metaphysical trauma on us all.
Normally, I would just unsubscribe, but these
I enjoy hearing about it.
What?
I enjoy hearing.
Yeah, me too. I really do. And if I get another email from Dave Matthews trying to sell his art, I'll let you know.
All right, cool. Yeah, I enjoy that Rachel gets emails from Dave Matthews too. What's a toxic manifestation of any? I mean, toxic may be a little strong in this instance, but I would point to my debate with Jack. What Jack engaged in is what I was accused of earlier, dissembling, which is to say, trying to prevent any meaningful work from being done in order to prevent himself from being meaningfully negated, and also in order to prevent me from meaningfully affirming anything. So this means things like refusing to define things operationally, establishing necessary but insufficient burdens as a prerequisite to arguing my ground, accessing my ground, things like that. The assembling techniques, that would be what I consider a wicked application of extroverted intuition. Yes, I can think of some bullshit to avoid being held accountable by your words, but I absolutely should not voice bullshit out loud. Did any of you try to type Teal Spawn? I've hypothesized that she's a TE Dom. I don't know if she's TENI or TESI. And the reason I would suggest TESI as a possibility is because of the total lack of concision or getting to a point or having a point in whatever it is she says. Can you read some of this email you just recently got? I bet we'll hear it again. A complete failure to have a point or get to it. Let's hear what it says.
Pretty long, but
So of course, that's her failure to have a point or get to it. Let's see what she says.
But see, okay, I think I have to read the whole thing in order for us to fully understand.
Okay, sure.
Hi there. Today I wanted to share with you a bit more about who I am and the work that I do. The childhood experiences that I personally influenced in this life were nothing but harrowing and full of unimaginable abuse. Things that I wouldn't wish for anyone. If you too feel like you've been searching for answers on how to live a more empowered and better feeling life, I get you completely, and I'm so glad you found me. You found me. But because I know what it's like to be through the ringer of life and to receive little to no help using conventional and mainstream methods to resolve the pain I was in, I have made it my life's mission to understand and surmount human suffering. I am here not only to help those that are suffering to find true healing at a root level, but I am also a leader that specializes in helping one live from a space of integration, authenticity, and truth. Your only access of power and choice is to be in reality and to see the truth. But all this being said, a person has to want to see the truth. You can't make someone want to see the truth. And so one of the most important things you can do is to really decide honestly what your actual motive for practicing spirituality and self-help is. Not all truth is painful. This desire for pain relief and desire for healing often takes you in drastically opposite directions. I am not a spiritual teacher that is here to serve you spiritual Novocaine that acts as a bandage over the real issues. Together, we may face some painful emotions and have some powerful realizations, but I promise you that by being willing to see the truth and to dive deep, even if it's uncomfortable at first, the relief and true resolution awaits you is astounding. In the next coming day, I will give you the example of Shelby, who was having a hard time understanding why people in her life kept feeling like they wanted to push her away, and her relationships kept failing. This will be one of so many scenarios where you can apply the material in my books or in my free library of self-help videos on YouTube. I look forward to breaking down with you tomorrow. Love always, Teal.
Okay, so to summarize, her childhood sucked. She transcended from suffering. Ergo, she knows how. That means is facing the truth / reality. And not all truths are painful. Some of them are painless. And here's an example of somebody in a bad situation that can apply what I'm teaching to improve their lives. And now come look at what I'm teaching. So it started SI. Then it said, I know you because your experience is like mine. I have a solution for you because my solution worked for me. And our experience of trauma is the same. I have committed to fight suffering in my work here. Okay. I guess FI. Uh, so the thing is, what that letter lacked, sure, it had plenty of instances of NI notions. Things like face the truth is sort of an appeal to NI, right? That the truth is external to one. You know it intuitively as what it is rather than how it links to your experience. Um, but the problem is the letter as a whole totally lacks NI. It's this it's this sort of not very well structured, unnecessarily long-winded, poorly written but kind of well written, I guess, exposition that I don't think she had a clear vision when it started that she was going to go experience, justification, um, sort of fluff what I'm selling, example, say, because you can apply it to this example, and this example might be like you, um, you'll be able to apply what I say in these books and videos to you. That all seems, the NI in it, meanwhile, is, I mean, it's highly reminiscent of a retarded toddler, which is how I've described your polar before. It's there, but it's not any good.
Yeah, I don't like that it she tries to come off as relatable. But then the next email is going to be some anecdote to what she believes is like what works for healing, working with her. But that inevitably, I'm going to get bombarded with, sessions of meditations and guides that she puts together. Like, it's for business.
Well, Carlos, I'm not disputing that she may have made that decision for TE reasons. I'm going to establish that I'm relatable to the people by referencing my past and the fact that I've been traumatized and got over it, so you can too. As I said earlier in the stream, way before we started talking about Teal Swan, the classic ESTJ move is listen, I used to have your problem and I got over it. It worked for me, so it can work for you too. That's just classic ESTJ move. But she may very well be an ENTJ. I don't know. But she tells some sort of crazy story about her childhood that I don't know how much of it is true or not, but um, seems a little sensationalized, maybe. Hard to say. Regardless, if you look at her cards and the cards that Rachel used to have and the little booklet came with it, it's like whatever card you pulled, when you looked at the booklet, it was like, so apparently, since you pulled this card, your problem is this. So if we say creativity, read this card, interpret it to mean you're not expressing your creativity enough.
Mm-hmm.
And you can solve this problem by being creative in this way or that way. It's like, why is it, Teal Swan, that you assume that everybody who's engaging with you is engaging with you because they have a problem they want you to solve? And also that whatever your experience with that problem is applicable to them.
Right.
I don't know what Snuff says about Teal Swan.
I don't know, honestly, Boba Fett. I don't know if suffering is optional because, like, Delilah said that she was suffering, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't an option. Like,
I would imagine in that quote they're trying to define suffering as I guess emotional or spiritual pain, not linking directly to physical pain.
Yeah, because
But the thing is, why would that be more optional than physical pain?
I don't think it's optional.
It's kind of just positioning spiritual or emotional pain as less real than physical pain, and pretending as though your attitude is all that's necessary to, you know, enlighten away the suffering is a complete dismissal of all SI types and the legitimacy of the suffering that comes from painful memories. Painful memories aren't being mindful in the moment to the now because we're not fucking NI front stack, obviously. That's just not how it's not possible to get an SI person to attain enlightenment by being NI all the time.
No. Actually, I find dropping my ice cream to be pretty painful. Like, oh no.
The Buddhist notion that suffering is optional seems to me just Oprah saying, you just gotta let go of your past. It's just this totally blind projection of NI primacy at the expense of all SI, and as advice to people who can't possibly change their cognitive function stack. I'm neurodivergent, but no diagnosis. Okay.
It's funny. My sister thinks she's neurodivergent.
Yeah. That's 2023's Asperger's syndrome. Like 2022 everybody had was on the spectrum. Maybe 2019 everybody was ADHD.
Yeah.
Now everybody is neurodivergent.
I'd say 2018, everyone's bipolar.
Cool. It's a good year for bipolar,
Yeah.
I remember. Good vintage. Teal's method reframes the past. She asks people to go back and change her memories to make them more positive. Okay, well, I mean, like I said, I'm not sure if Teal spawns an ENTJ utilizing some SI shit to link to SI audience people, or if she's an ESTJ ham-fistedly using NI as a means to avoid saying anything while still trying to sound universal or something. I don't know what the fuck she's doing. If her strategy for healing is facing the truth, like, what does that mean? There's no reason to think that people persisting in a state of delusion regarding, say, they're polar, there's no reason to think that well, I don't think of Teal Swan as being MBTI at all. She's not. She has nothing to do with MBTI as far as I'm concerned. I don't remember what I was saying. Trauma isn't so cut and dry and black and white. Trauma can't be reframed. Sometimes you have trauma and don't realize how fucked up you are and in what's the ways. That's true. I can attest to that. I sort of came to understand some of the trauma I incurred from Kimberly long after it was over. I think bipolar means that's going to happen more. A neurodivergence is more about the world being defective than the neurodivergent person. Okay. Well. And on that day, the word neurodivergent ceased to mean anything. That was the day. I remember the day, January 2nd, 2024.
Seems like everyone has a different definition of what neurodivergent means.
Yeah, well, that is the term, Conman. In fact, that my friend Corey pulled a cone man on me with. Like, well, what do you mean by neurodivergent? He's like, everybody knows what that means. It's obvious.
No, it's not. I don't know what it means.
I don't know what it means either. You don't know what you mean. You're just hoping to resonate with a population of people who you believe understand the term to mean a certain thing, and you all can chit chat back and forth, not saying a goddamn thing.
It's just like, I don't know. It's really tough with you two.
Yeah, but see, I don't know what your story is exactly, Cone Man, but I would say that some of the behaviors that you're displaying are similar to Corey. While you might well point out Corey's an INFJ, I say I'm an INFJ. Why would you doubt me? Well, Corey's been damaged severely by continual, ongoing abuse suffered at the hands of his BPD wife, and it's really kind of broken him.
Yeah.
It's
When he takes his stuff out on you.
yeah, and it's kind of dragged him back into just his dominant, to a lesser degree, his tool function.
It like hardly even works his tool function. Although when she tries to correct him, he apologizes and stuff. He thinks like, oh my god, I'm such a mess of a person. Like all these people in this room think that I'm a mess of a person. When really like.
Right, it's one of those things that you can't try to split any differences or compromise in your understanding of things. In any given instance, Liz may be making a critique that's legitimate in a vacuum, but nobody, especially Corey, should not believe those critiques to have any linkage to reality because they're all fundamentally part of a larger pattern of abuse.
Like it was like when he was like, oh, I really don't think that your parents like me. I was like, what? Like, not for nothing. I didn't say this to Corey, but I don't think they even remembered Corey, really.
That sounds about right, Fly Guy. About a decade ago was probably when I came up with the term. So it's possible there was concurrent but totally separated creation of the term. It's not that much of a leap, but certainly I'd never encountered it before I said it, and certainly caught on in the YouTube community surrounding me immediately after I said it. So there you go.
I'm an INFJ, Elaine, and I don't know what neurodivergent means, and I also don't think that I'm neurodivergent. Even when I was at my shyest.
Well, the thing is, comment 3, I can't either acknowledge it, nor value it, nor undervalue it, because I don't know what the word means. And unless you can define it for me in a way that I do know what it means, then it's not possible for me to either affirm or negate it, right? If you say, I'm blah, and Eric either doesn't value that enough, undervalues it, whatever, then obviously I'm going to need to know what you mean when you make that sound. If I don't know what you mean, I cannot agree or disagree with you. I can just disagree with the fact that you don't know what you mean either, you know?
Command 3, I am an INFJ, and I've been typed by Eric. Like
She's saying she doesn't self-identify as neurodivergent. So do you define neurodivergent as INFJ? Well, I mean,
works in ways that really don't fit in the world, which is said for most people. That's like so broad. That can mean anything.
I mean, Rachel would qualify as that, presumably.
Yeah.
She actually suffers from bipolar mania, an actual mental illness.
Yeah.
She endured many years of malpractice at the hands of fucking these quacks in New York, treated like a cash cow. She would qualify as as from the evidence we have on hand, you would say Rachel did not easily fit in the world as it was set up.
Yeah, no. I still don't. It's easier with Eric, having Eric in my life.
I mean, we both fit in fine in this world that asks nothing of us.
Yeah.
Carlos Paeva says the term, now sounds like a definition maybe. The term neurodivergent describes people whose brain differences affect how their brain works. That means they have different strengths and challenges from people whose brains don't have those differences. Those differences could include medical disorders, learning disabilities, and other conditions.
So everyone's neurodivergent then.
Either everyone's neurodivergent or only people with something wrong with them are neurodivergent.
That's just ridiculous. I mean, so what? So someone who has depression is also neurodivergent? My sister, the way that I understood it, she called herself neurodivergent because she said that when they put on a Christmas play when she was younger, she was like so disturbed by the singing that she like put her hands over her ears because
So that means she's autism spectrum or something. Who knows? The thing is, it's silly, but the point is, if you were talking typologically, then I guess by that definition, by that ridiculous definition of it being quite obvious, people who are cognitively divergent, in other words, they deviate from the mean more, well, then you'd say the rarest types would be the most cognitively divergent. If you mean neurodivergent as a euphemism to describe things like learning disabilities, dyslexia, mental retardation, and other cognitive problems, maybe including mental illnesses like bipolar or schizophrenia or personality disorders like narcissism and BPD, if you mean is it an umbrella term for people who have shit wrong with their brain, then define it as that. If you mean it as people who are cognitively rare expressions of possible consciousness, then you'll say, okay, well, I mean rare types. You can't have both. If you mean both rare types and people with something wrong with them, then you are saying only people who are like INFJs and INTPs, INTJs are cognitively divergent or neurodivergent, but they also need to be retarded, have a learning disability or dyslexic or BPD or something like that. If you're saying they have to be both, there's no reason to make it both. If you're not saying which of the two it is, there's no reason not to distinguish between the two. Those are very different populations of people. Right, but we can define how much scope of ground the umbrella covers. Are we talking about everybody who has something different mental with them at all? That includes people who have something severely wrong with them and people who are rare cognitive function types. Maybe anybody who has an IQ over meow or under meow. I mean, what do we mean? We can define the populations we're talking about. We can exclude some and include others. Of course, this process draws attention to the fact that this is what we call an arbitrary term, right? It's not used to mean anything except by people who want to point to the fact that they're special. Special snowflakeism is the best term for it, probably.
I mean, I think that my sister probably does have a sound. She's sensitive to sounds. I'm sure she is. But I don't think that makes her neurodivergent.
I mean, if you're talking about every expression of self that's not exclusively physical, you're gonna and say this in some regard links to cognition or neural shit. Well, then everybody's got something, some
Right.
specific kind of expression of cognition or self that deviates from the mean. How many of those distinct kinds of deviations do you need to qualify as neurodivergent if you're trying to determine the term like that, So it is important, very important, that when we are trying to talk about things that we mean specific things instead of not meaning things. I'm going to leave Rachel in charge of this for a second. No, we're not all the same, but we're different. Like saying we're different because she's a chick and I'm a dude is different than saying we're different than everybody because we're neurodivergent.
I definitely have bipolar disorder. I'm definitely have a touch of OCD. Like, but, and anxiety. I get treated for anxiety, but I don't consider myself to be neurodivergent. I just think of myself as having bipolar, OCD, and anxiety.
Hey, lady.
Oh, he's getting used to you guys being around though. It's good. We could definitely see Eric's cat soon. My brain definitely does work in atypical ways. But like honestly, I have those things and I just don't think that I'm neurodivergent. Hey Rubinar. Yeah, like actually, is it a different like instead of calling people like mentally ill or having a disorder, it's like saying I'm neurodivergent instead. I have been slowly I've been talking with Winston's mom and the people here. Yeah, like honestly, I'm like I don't really like I think I have disorders and I do think that my brain definitely works abnormally. Um but I don't really I wouldn't say that I'm neurodivergent. I would just tell people mostly that I'm bipolar because that's like the main thing that I have problems with. And then, you know, probably come around to let them know, like, hey, I have anxiety, or I take medicine for anxiety with the Klonopin. And, like, I also do have a touch of OCD. Like, in numerology, if they say that I have a certain numbers that are lucky, I'll wear the same number of like I'll wear those that as like jewelry. I'll wear so like 4 is one of my lucky numbers, so I'll wear 4 things of jewelry. But I, you know, it so So psychology also has to deal with cognitive functions, though, so it's not totally pseudoscience.
I guess those big bangs outside are from the construction site down the road.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I hear when I go outside. It's too many big bangs to be gunshots. And I've heard them on a couple of different days. And they always come from right down there where the construction's
she's
working.
trouble. She's so nice. You would like her?
I would think FI is most important because it designates importance, right? I like to draw the distinction between what's most important and what matters. The distinction I'm making in those terms, and this is purely a distinction I'm making, but I'm establishing what the distinction is that things that matter are things that are important universally. Things that are important are things that matter a lot to you. So I think it's fair to say that for Cone Man, his identity as an INFJ and as somebody who's neurodivergent is important to him. And I demonstrate FI polar, I guess, therefore, when I say it runs afoul of something that matters. So when people who have an identity linked to a certain type view confirmation of that as good because it's important to them to be that type, then you really have an unresolvable friend battle. So when Becky T came in the other day saying, you know, hey, is it possible that I'm an ENFP? Type me as an ESFP. I said, no, that's basically impossible. If I typed you as ESFP, I kind of remember the typing a little bit actually. Then that's what you are. You're not ENFP because I can definitely tell the difference between an NE DOM and an SE DOM. Like that's very straightforward. Now for me anyway. But then I additionally said, well, let's test it. Here's a poem prompt, right? A couple lines of poetry or something about this topic on the fly right now. Acacia pounded one out in the chat like bam. I said one out loud off the fly, made something up. Becky T disappeared, left the live stream without responding immediately because what mattered to me that I don't write the word Kansas over the state of Florida didn't matter to her because what mattered to her was what was important to her, namely that she lived in the state of Kansas no matter where the fuck she was. Becky T is actually spelled B-E-K-I, letter T. If you don't recognize the difficulty, then you don't understand. Yeah, that's Becky Porter. That's Dave Porter's sister. I think I typed her or something like that. You can both have gender dysphoria and date. It's true. You can eat dates also while having gender dysphoria. Anything that makes your life a bit difficult is now a disorder.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so like, now is hoarding considered neurodivergent? Like, whatever.
I'm not a hoarder, I'm neurodivergent.
I just feel differently. Everyone has the right to think what they want. If it's easier for them to say, like, I'm neurodivergent, that's fine. I just think it's like a trendy thing now.
Well, I think certain types have a relationship with labels that's kind of foreign to our understanding, Rachel. You know, when you first engaged me to type you, it's because you didn't feel satisfied that you knew what type you were.
Yeah, I knew that you would.
And I did the best I could, and eventually I got you right. And the thing is, you continually sort of bristled against wrong types, but you never indicated to me what type you thought you were. You didn't know.
No, I am.
And that's consistent with INFJs who have a poor understanding of who they are. I hid Jeff Shaw some time back. I deleted a couple of his shittier comments that he started leaving, and then he just escalated until eventually I hit his ass. I just didn't need it anymore. You know. Well, the thing is, most significantly,
Oh, you're getting used to the company, huh? Trouble.
she doesn't even sort of proactively defend her type, even so far as to, if she reads on some thing online, some people saying she's an ESFJ, she'll be like, "Why are they saying this? Like, am I maybe?"
Yeah, I actually do.
And I'm like, "No, Rachel, they're saying this because they hate me, and they don't want me to be right." This happens a lot.
Yeah,
Being argumentative makes my life more difficult to have an argumentative disorder. Yeah, but it's like they have some disorder like that for teenagers. It's called oppositional defiant disorder, where basically the patient doesn't agree with the doctor and or his parents or whatever.
Thanks, Jeremiah Fix. I honestly like would be like, am I like gaslighting myself? Like, am I ESFJ? And I just, but I'm not. Like, I, two of my friends growing up were ESFJs, and I have an ESFJ. I think two ESFJ aunts, and we think differently.
I mean, I think that broadly you could say people potentially suffer from suboptimalities across a variety of potential vectors.
So Rubinar, I think that has to do with your NI tool and wanting to know. But you don't have to worry about being an ENFP.
I mean, it's easy enough to distinguish between things that are actual problems and things that are being pathologized. Things like ADHD and autism syndrome, they don't have any clear diagnoses. You know, you fill out this questionnaire and the doctor renders his professional opinion after talking to you or whatever as to whether or not you'll benefit from taking ADHD medication. So those things aren't real disorders, right? Those are just pathologizations of certain cognitive function types. Just like TI polar's not a learning disability, but is likely to be pathologized as such, you know? Any polar is not a disability, even though it seems like one to me. FE polar is not autism. It's just a lack of awareness of social cues or lack of engagement on that attentionally. I mean, no, it's not the case that everyone's on the autism spectrum. It's much more the case that the autism spectrum is just a label people use to describe varying degrees of engagement with extroverted feeling. Nobody would accuse Ruben of being autistic. Some functions do predispose people to some kinds of opinions and mindsets. Most significantly, they predispose people to some kinds of uses of language. So NETI likes to explain. Other things do different stuff with language, you know?
Ruben, I feel the same way, but you know, he could be epipolar, so.
You shut your mouth, how can you say I go about things the wrong way? I am human and I need to be loved just like anybody else does. So I want you all to know that I love you all because you need to be loved. And now, when you're wondering, am I loved? You can remind yourself that Eric loves me.
I'm like really happy that the like typology community got Morrissey right when they typed him as an INFJ. I mean INFP.
Well, I also just want to give Morrissey credit for owning now the phrase, you shut your mouth. Is it possible even to say you shut your mouth without immediately saying, how can you say I go about things the wrong way? Poland Spring, you are welcome. As welcome, I'm sure, as the coming Poland summer. I think there is some hierarchy of cognitive functions, definitely a hierarchy of types. What does that mean? Like some types are better than others?
No way. Some types are not better than others.
I mean, we could argue that certain types are much more likely to be useless than others. But that would be.
I don't even want to talk about that.
That would be damning.
Me.
That would be damning of ourselves who think that, you know, like actual NDOMs, except for INTJs, but NEDOM, NIDOM, FE, INTPs, INFPs. If we wanted to say which types are most useless, we'd say INFJs, INTPs, INFPs, ENTPs. Those are the most useless types. Maybe ENFPs. Yeah, I'd say so. Welcome to Useless Town. So, if you want to make a hierarchy of types,
Misha.
if you feel compelled to do so, good NIFE says, make your own type, draw your circles such that your own type is the shittiest one being described. Then people can take you seriously, right? If I'm saying, all right, vast type, ENTP. Sacrifice type, INFJ. Because that's my wife. Maybe we're tied for first place. Then nobody should take me seriously.
Yeah.
If I say most useless types, ENTP, INFJ, then people can take me seriously because I'm describing something you don't want to be part of. Why is rare good, INFJ? Cancer. Even if you're right that INFJ is the rarest, which I don't necessarily disagree, I don't have enough data to draw any firm conclusions about it. I don't trust existing data because the people who, you know, the typings that produce that data mistyped lots of people, probably over identified intuitives. But regardless, so I don't have enough data to know what the rarest type is. Experientially, I don't experience INFJs as the rarest type, but I do think that INFJs are overrepresented against their actual percentage in the population here. So this channel and the nature of INFJs, I think, make it that a much higher total percentage of the INFJs in the world end up around here than say the percentage of ESFJs in the world end up around here.
Right. If we were to go by who comes around here, ESFJs would be one of the rarest.
The rarest, right? So it's like I can't determine type frequency by my data sets. And I'd point out that you can't either.
It's weird, like a big difference that Corey and I have is like wanting to know about the self. Like I have always been interested in like learning about myself and about others, of course. But I've always been introspective. Like I've always like looked to find understanding in myself, and he just rejects it so much. Like he thinks of it as like something like a strength.
Well, in general, Corey doesn't do a lot of looking inward, understanding himself better, because he's relentlessly being told that there's something wrong with him. So I agree with you, Coleman. That's what I'm saying also, is that INFJs are overrepresented here because, number one, they're most likely to be interested in typology, probably maybe of all types, I don't know, but intuitives in general are much more likely to be interested in typology than sensors are, I think. And number two, they want to receive novel things that resonate as true, and that's what I provide.
That's good to know, Dat Boy Klaus. We have an ESFJ listener.
Well, she's about as interested in me as I am in her cat videos.
Cat videos.
I think Rachel must have been assuming, Dat Boy Klaus, that you're extremely interested in her cat videos.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, I'm not very interested in cat videos either, unless they're my own cat videos, maybe.
I watch cat videos, but like cat videos that make me feel better about the cats that I have, like mostly trouble.
She watches videos that provide information about cats.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what she means by cat videos.
Yeah, like
why is your cat meow 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 meow?
Yeah.
And there's some video where somebody answers a question.
Yeah, exactly. Like ways that cats show their love, or ways that cats imprint on you.
And NI's most important job because it's insight into society's big issues and seeing solutions. I don't think that's. I mean, okay, well, the thing is, in some sense, all requisite parts of a job are equally important. They're as important as the totality of getting the job done.
You talking about koala boba? He was a good example of an INFJ, but hello, both me and Lou.
I want to stress that as I have in the past, that when I say that Hitler might have been an INFJ, I say that with a stipulation on a lot of math.
Yeah, so Lou is also, yeah, she is also. Oh my god.
On a lot of math and emerging from the, I am sure, ontology damaging experience of World War One.
Man.
You know, a lot of trauma in math, and maybe an INFJ, but
God, what a
I don't think INFJs.
Horrible INFJ.
I don't think INFJs normally have that much uh, push to be the person in power. They're more likely to push to be the guy whispering in the power person's ear. Regardless, that's certainly possible, but I don't have any reason to affirm one position or another because we obviously can't type the guy unless the Nazis really did freeze his head and reattach it to somebody in Antarctica, and he's kind of there goose stepping and doing his thing in the snow.
Yeah. Sure, he really liked the goose stepping. Whatever. I mean, I don't like INFJs that disappoint me. Disappoint me. Well, if Louis K is an INFJ, he disappoints me. I know that everyone has their demons. No one's perfect, so I still like him as a comedian, but I don't know what the fuck went on there. And then the writer I was so fascinated with, and then he ended up cheating on his fucking wife and.
Oh, you mean Kurt Vonnegut?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an
damn,
INFJ.
that's a letdown.
Kurt Vonnegut's definitely an INFJ.
So sad.
Also, Bukowski, kind of a sad INFJ.
Bukowski, yeah.
But the thing is, this is where SI8 comes into play. In this instance, Rachel, those people in my mind should make you happy because how clearly you deviate from their failed expression of INFJ.
Yeah, it's just I'm in. Well, I guess I could look at what's her name who wrote J.K. Rowling for inspiration. To look for good INFJs who did good.
I think one challenge INFJs have is if they get the wrong people talking in their ear consistently, the wrong messages, their tool function is confirming wrong shit by checking with the people around them. So that can be a risk for INFJs. I think that one of the things that you probably do that prevents you from, say, possibly cheating on me is you haven't utilized me as a way to check what other people say.
Oh my god, and it helps me so much.
So you're not really subject to being swayed by other people's bullshit because you've got, as a operating procedure, engagement with somebody who's correct about that. If, say, Kurt Vonnegut's wife was probably not in the NTP.
Yeah.
So he may have been susceptible to various kinds of wrong messages, seeking confirmation bias and externalities without really checking himself. You and I have done a lot of talking about the subject too. Now, I guess one of the reasons that INFJs might be susceptible to being influenced by new talking about things is that they don't value highly what they've already heard necessarily.
Sometimes I forget what I've already heard.
Don't value highly and or forget.
When INFJ on meth, I would just think that he just thought he was king of the world. Oh my god. I'm terrible.
was too sure of himself. More sure of himself than Eric. Well, I mean, he was he was doing the thing I'm condemning, right? He was certainly without knowing which basketball player was best without allowing the basketball players to play a game on a fair field intellectually. It's fine to be sure of yourself as long as you've done due diligence, just like anything in life. Once you've done due diligence and you've checked all the relevant things you need to check, then you can feel surer of yourself. When you've not done due diligence, in other words, when you've not won the arguments on their merits against competing arguments on a fair playing field, then you've got no business thinking you know anything.
So with his mom, in my opinion, Hitler's anti-vision was to bring back Germany, like bring back their representation and like what is that called? The reputation, and to create a greater race. The what do they call it?
The master race.
Yeah, the master race.
I would say to put his goal in modern political international politics terms, his goal was to be global hegemon. So
good title.
So he had that goal, that Germany be global hegemon, but he additionally had this weird groupist hate the Jews thing going on.
My dad says because Germany was so poor after after World War One, and they lost so many people, and they were in like financial debt, and like this is what my dad has told me from history, that like Jewish people were known for like having money and having careers that made money, so it was like this like easy target.
Well, regardless, uh, I'm not saying he was racist. I said he was groupist. I don't really make the distinction between different kinds of groupists because it's all the same bullshit in different clothing. Well, we have been streaming for 6 hours. That's such a long live stream.
It really is.
I don't necessarily have anything to do tonight that I have in mind. But I do feel like we should transition away from.
Yeah, Fly Guy's right, honestly.
I mean, I'm not bothered by the Hitler talk particularly. I think sort of historical conversations are just kind of moot court, right? Like, how do you want to interpret history, whatever. By and large, not a meaningful discussion. Not something that's going to bother me. Um, Not something I'm necessarily interested in either.
When I was younger, I was like obsessed with we read in the Diary of Anne Frank in class, and I was like obsessed. I felt a lot of empathy
Um,
towards the Jews.
Interesting. I wonder what type Anne Frank was. I don't know, but IXFJ seems not unreasonable to me. Um, why you can't argue is two people what you can't argue is two people who made deepest marks in history are both INFJ. Well, you definitely can argue that. Like I said, it's moot court because we have no way of typing either of them, so we can't
No, we
determine
really don't
the answer to
know.
the question
Yeah.
definitively.
Yeah.
So it's just, you can argue one way or the other. It's kind of like arguing whether Shakespeare was really Shakespeare or somebody else. It can build cases by linking cherry picked data pieces together to build your case, which is, you've already indicated that's your case building strategy, is to go through the book, find instances consistent with him being an INFJ, and ignore the rest. So, yeah, anybody can make a case for anything doing that.
I still stand by God being an ESTJ though.
Yeah, I stand by that one
I
too.
think you've
Old
made some
Testament
good.
God for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. He's pretty rough on peeps. He gave him good stuff too.
I mean, can't argue if you assume INFJ. I think you mean if you assume they weren't INFJ. Well, I guess what I'm saying is you when you're dealing with enough data points about a person, it's possible to cherry pick any number of those and position a case from them for a given type. Um, in other words, you're trying to prove with this Hitler book you have something you believe you already know, namely that Hitler was an INFJ. But you're trying to prove it by only selecting those data points that confirm what you already believe and not allowing any contrary points to do fair battle against the points you're cherry picking. Anybody can make a case for anything doing that.
Carlos Paiva, you're right. So INTJ is God's supervisor. Yeah. So I don't know who.
Super God.
They're super God? Cool.
Super God is the answer to the question, who made God? So basically, well, actually, go like this. Super God made the Holy Ghost. But the Holy Ghost didn't do anything that we could tell except make God. It wasn't until God then arrived that he made earth and all the people and stuff. And then after that, he started using the Holy Ghost in his interfacing with people to carry out his will. And then God made Jesus by humping Mary without his penis. And that's where all the gods came from. No, little b is not God's father. Super God is the creator of God, but also not God's father because the creator of the Holy Ghost. Okay. What people don't seem to recognize is the Holy Ghost may even have tricked Super God into believing Super God created the Holy Ghost, but the Holy Ghost may even precede Super God, and Super God's attempt to create the Holy Ghost may have merely been a summoning of the ghost that already existed. And it may turn out, if you look all the way back to the very, very beginning of things, it's all started when the corporeal holy died and became the Holy Ghost. I think that's correct. I'm pretty sure I got it right.
There's a lot that happened.
Yeah.
Isn't the Holy Ghost an ENTP?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Just like regular ghosts, the Holy Ghost doesn't give us any obvious data that's not in dispute that we can really analyze.
It's pretty, what do you call it? I'm like losing on my words today. Elusive.
That's what I was gonna guess. I had it in my mind for quite some time, but instead of prompting you with it, I just waited and see what you said. But what I had in mind was, in fact, elusive.
Yeah, the Holy Ghost is elusive.
Well, sure you don't want to share a book you're going to publish. That's valuable content. Some ne'er do well will steal your book and publish it themselves. Steal your brilliant ideas. Try to copy you. Boy, I wish people would pay that much attention to things people wrote. Did you hear his song, I Hate Myself? It's deep for him. Who are you talking about? Talking about my song, I Hate
I'm a
Myself?
loser, baby. So I know that song, I Hate Myself. Dear God, I hate myself.
Mm.
Dear God, I hate myself.
I sing those words to the tune of the Divinals, I Touch Myself. I hate myself when I think about me. Meh, 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 meh. It's often true, you know. But the thing is, I was thinking today in the car, it's nice to live in a different place that doesn't have a bunch of linkages to bad memories. So when I drive by, yeah, I'm not like, oh, that was the place where this horrible thing happened, you know. We don't have bad memories here. Books need to be written, movies need to be filmed, talking needs to be recorded. Look alive like number 5. These are the words I say when I'm speaking words today. I like speaking words instead of being silent. I listen in church instead of being violent.
I'm gonna pull a card for the Holy Ghost. If it's an air sign, then the Holy Ghost is an ENTP. Dear God, I hate myself. Dear God, I hate myself. I haven't had that song stuck in my head in a long time. Forget the guy's name who wrote it. Flying cars are available now. Low battery on them. I think you get less than 1 hour. Oh my god. Oh. Corey likes Lil B.
I think hating oneself kind of links to bad memories. Memories of one's failure, either as a moral agent, as a person who protects one's own interests, as meow or as meow. It seems to me, maybe it's because I'm SI, that hating yourself links to viewing yourself as an extension of your past.
Ooh, it's a cups card. The Holy Ghost is not an ENTP.
Who uses Hitler as a means to diss typology in general? Typology is wrong because of Hitler.
Alright, I'm
You can
gonna.
blame Hitler for lots of things, but not that.
If it's a positive card that comes up, Hitler is an INFJ. if it's a negative card, then Hitler is not an INFJ. I'm not sure if how the cards are going to react, whether they want to even talk about Hitler. Some people don't even like talking, but all right. 4 of Cups. It's like a neutral card. I don't think it wants to talk. I don't think it wants to talk about Hitler. I'm gonna test my cards right now. Who wants the reading? They are the opposite. They're like the best and the worst versions of INFJs if they are INFJs. The INFJ needs to understand. So you need to explore. Who'd like a tarot card? Yeah, the tarot. Yeah, the tarot is sick of Hitler talk. That hasn't. I got the 4 of Cups, which means like meditation, relaxation. Okay, Carlos Paiva, you are next. You are ready, Carlos Paiva, for tarot card. Eight of Torches. You're flying down into the clouds with these torches on fire. And there's a red moon behind you. But I have a feeling it's like positive. You don't look very disturbed. You seem to know where you're going. You know your direction. And it's going to be in creative endeavors. And it might be quick. Because when you fall through the air, it happens pretty quick. I'm going to pull one for... Coleman, you're just being like provocative. Okay, Fiacook, you're next. Fiacook. Ooh, this one fell out. Ace of Swords. You've got your thought machine. You got your thinking cap on. You got a new idea and you're like, hey, I'm going to put my sword in the sky. And look, you have like a little person on the sword. You can see it's like a person. And that person is the Holy Ghost and it's with you. It whispered in your ear, hey, here's this idea. Take it, run with it. It's yours. Yeah, some big progress, and you could expect it really quick. Ace of Swords, I'm sorry. Ace of Swords for your Kyuk is your card. Winston's mom is next. Action with creativity. And a little bit of wisdom. Wisdom mostly has to do with air, which is swords. Cool for you, Kyuk. So like if you have a dream or something in the middle of the night or a thought like at all throughout the night, like write it down. It could be a good thing to remember. All right, Winston's mom's next, and then Elaine. Winston's mom. You're welcome, Fiakuk. Happy New Year, Carrot. Winston's mom. Ooh, Winston's mom got the sun. There's 2 kids playing in a field of flowers. You're like embracing the sunlight, like, yes, it's here, it's mine. I'm going to take in all the good vibes. It's Major Arcana 19.
And I will explain to you, Conman, through the origin of Kyuk in a little bit. It's Viking. It's a Viking term of art, meaning literally translating to when the cows are coming or the cows are coming. But like idiomatically meant basically watch out or some new event is changing things.
Okay, Elaine is next. You're welcome, Winston's mom. Elaine. Ooh, you got the Hierophant. You might get invited to a wedding. You might feel like going to church, or you might just feel like just being conventional. Like, yeah, like I do believe in faith, and I do like to abide by the rules, and I do believe in structure and the common good. And you have 2 people like kneeling at your feet, so you might be an advisor for some younger people as well. Younger people might look up to you and you might not even know it.
This is your hall monitor moment. Do they have a hall pass? Is your concern.
It is.
Hi, Mr. Kitty Man. Are you a kitty man or a kitty man?
Thanks, Carrot. This was actually gifted to us by Acacia and Ruben.
I forgot about those cards. Those are cool. I like those.
Yeah, me too. I like them a lot as well. Carrot, would you like a reading? A card?
Here's the 14th day of June. Young boy tiny tot.
Oh, yeah, then you're God. Okay, Carrot. The universe. You're like laying around, enjoying nature, seeing the world around you, taking it all in, and you might have been completed a cycle of something too. And you're like, I am done. This feels good.
It's your Tiffany moment. You have found something and you've decided to keep it. And what have you found? The whole world.
Yep. Here's one for Eric.
Let's see. I have an idea of what I might get and what it would refer to. Okay. I've got a couple of different ideas in mind.
Well, then do you want 2 cards?
No, I want you to pull
All right.
around and see if I get either. I'll tell you in advance what I'm imagining getting. Imagining either getting that apprentice card of Pentacles, where somebody's like working on some things.
That's
people are
3
looking.
of Pentacles.
Okay. Or potentially 2 of Pentacles, which is getting chores done. Or some Rod's card instead of having it doesn't mean you have a rake and you need a shovel, but instead means you have a shovel when you need a shovel, but it might not be exactly the ideal shovel. Is there such a card?
And this deck is a little different. The pictures are different, so.
Right. But if in rods there's a card that means you have a shovel when you need a rake, is there a card that means you have a shovel when you need a shovel? Right tool for the job? Would that be like king of rods? Would that be
Maybe Knight of Rods or Page of Rods.
I think maybe right tool for right job under rods would be a queen. So let's see what card I get.
Four of Pentacles. Holding on to your goods. You're like, Eric's like, I don't care. Like, what are you looking at? I have like all these coins in their mind. They're not yours, Tree. Get away from me. See?
Right. Well, I see. I think this card, whatever I got, links to what I was just doing, which was stomping the gravel. Because I just engaged in what I decided to refer to as hand stomped by artisan craftsmen in the old world way.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And it's been flattened now with my tatami slippers, which are actually probably better flatteners than the boots.
That's good.
Yeah. Stay in your land, a field, or meal. Is that what that card means? I don't know.
I got the Queen of Torches. And there's two cats in it.
You're gonna light a bunch of stuff on fire, but not your two cats.
Yeah, that's basically what it looks like.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Her cats are fine. Her house is burning, but she wants it to burn, presumably.
Yeah, she has a steadfast look on her face.
It's a controlled burn she's doing.
Yeah, it is a controlled burn.
She's doing a prescribed burn on her land. Meow, 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 meow. If you're still doing that. Is there anybody who hasn't gotten any tarot reading that wants one? Anybody? Have you, anybody note that you haven't done?
I haven't done one for Acacia and Ruben.
Alright. Oh, these two just popped right out.
Are we taking two first?
Well, this one actually fell out and that one poked out. So
Okay.
it wasn't a twofer per se. It was one fell out from one part of the deck, one stuck out. They were sequential, not coincidental. The High Priestess. This one's for Acacia, I guess they said.
Ooh, Intuition. That's a pretty card.
And for Ruben, the Tower card.
Ooh.
Now let's pull a card for Ruben and Acacia. Together, viewed as a single unit. Like time space. Two of torches. Two doors, two torches, one person trying to make a decision. Is the door to the left or the door to the right? In other words, tonight, is it regular or anal? Maybe that's their decision. Maybe not. I don't know. All right, here, Lamb. I'll do a three for you as well. Oh, Cone Man wants one. Let me do Cone Man first. He asked
Cone
first.
Man and Alien 60 also.
Okay. Cone Man, uno. Cone Man, dos equis. Where's
Sorry.
oh, there's Cone Man's Dos Equis. And Cone Man's Trifecta. The first card for Cone Man is the Four of Pentacles. They're mine. They grow on that string and I picked them all. The second card is the Knight, which I believe is the Moon card. This is the card of dreams, illusions, flights of lunar lunacy.
Ooh.
And your final card is the Wheel of Fortune. This can mean lots of things. It could mean that you will soon be visited by Vanna White.
It could be.
But it's more likely to mean shit's a crapshoot, deal with it. All right, next up, we've got Hero Lamb. You are sad, but you've no idea why. Your first card certainly won't tell a lie. Now, let's look at the second one and see what the second card says to you and me. Let's see, Hero Lamb. Okay. What's suggested? What is suggested must be ingested. What is rejected should be collected. This one. All right, Hero Lamb. Your first card I saw, I looked at it, is the Tower card. So that probably links to your sadness. It appears your tower is not only exploding, but also either falling over or was originally the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Not a good sign. Plus, you've got gigantic hands reaching in. I don't know doing what. Looks like maybe they're going to give you a bit of a reach under or something. Good sign or a bad sign, depending. Justice. I tend to view this as a good card. Some people view it as like, oh, I'm going to get punished for something, I guess. So, first there is disaster, then there is a new feeling, and then justice. It's a good order of operations there. Is there anybody else who wants a tarot reading? I could read another one for you now. If, for example, you're someone who's not had a reading, tell me and I'll tell you in a while.
Do one for Alien 60?
No, I didn't. I will do Alien 60 now. Ask the Pasta, I will do one for you as well. But the most appalling thing I've heard in a while is that despite streaming for 6 straight hours, and with a total of 20 people watching right now, now 17, there's not a single thumbs up.
No, that's not true.
Oh, that's not right?
No.
Oh. Well, I guess I'm wrong about that. I stand corrected, and I deeply, deeply apologize for my wrongness. Oh, wow, 14 thumbs up. That's a lot of thumbs up.
Yeah.
The most appalling thing I'd heard in a while wasn't really that appalling. Alien 60. First, you get temperance. You need to stop tipping so many bottles, okay? New Year's Eve's over. Time to collect yourself, survive the hangover, and move on with your life. In a temperate and orderly fashion. Your second card is the Hanged One. Sometimes you just gotta hang upside down for a while. Let things develop, okay? This is one of those times. Your last card is the Three of Cups. Sometimes, after you've been temperate and hung upside down for a while, it's time to party again. So, eat, sleep, Kicks, second card right there. And the third card, you're nursing a baby at your teat. It's raining just on you. You're on some magma, apparently on top of a volcanic pool of magma. So, like, more solid piece of magma that's floating on top of a larger pool of magma. But I guess it solidifies because it's raining on just you. So that's what makes the part underneath you get harder and lets you sit there so comfortably, despite the fact that you're just a little bit above a pool of magma, that you can nurse a baby and grow plants on yourself. Pretty impressive.
That is.
Have you looked at this card before, Rachel?
Huh.
The Three of Swords, as you see, shows the person being stabbed in the back. Goodbye. Good night, Cone Man. Sleep well.
Can you do it for us?
Sure. This is for Rachel and Eric. The power couple of YouTube is setting everybody's excitement on fire. Talk about buzzworthy. Okay. Rachel and Eric get the Queen of Pentacles. We've got a cow and a pentacle on our lap.
We're in earth and
Anyway, she's sitting on a branch, a naturally occurring branch chair.
she knows how to ground herself.
Mm-hmm. Our second card is the Four of Torches.
Four of torches?
Yeah. We've got 4 torches, but they're barely lit at all. They're just getting lit on fire right
Yeah.
now.
There's 4 people in the house right now, so that would
That's
be
true.
a torch for each of us.
And obviously, this person feels very comfortable. I think you and I are very comfortable with each other.
Yes.
They're not trying to be fancy or anything.
No.
And then also the Four of Pentacles.
Oh, look at that.
The first one's on 4. Those are our Pentacles. We got 2 Pentacles and 2 4s. Seems pretty good to me.
Seems pretty good to me too.
All right, I think it's about time for us to wrap this up, Rachel. It's been a long, long live stream. And it's time for us to boogie the night away. Rachel and I are going to go tap dancing later. Not really. So anyway, now the term fiaca kiak does mean it's something you say anytime, like, let's say we're all talking about a given subject, and then someone comes in and says, Britney Spears was just shot to death by the police. I go, fiaca kiak, we have to turn our attention to this breaking news. It's kind of like breaking news, okay? That's what the Vikings meant by it. Essentially the same thing as breaking news. Anyway, good night, everybody. Sleep well. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Remember that Rachel and I love you very much.
Yes, we do.
And that without you, we'd just be a strange couple of people sitting in a house in the woods.